Hello? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. The people that are on the phone, can you hear me okay? Okay, if you can hear me, this is Deputy City Clerk Barclay. Before we start the meeting, I'm going to go over just a couple reminders. If you are calling in on the phone, please mute your mic when you're not speaking. When you begin speaking again and you unmute your mic, state your name before you start speaking. I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. That helps us to identify who is on the phone when we do our minutes. And the one last thing is, if you want to address any issues, please make them as comments, not questions. So after that said, we will begin the meeting for the Public Utility Advisory Board for Tuesday, January 19th, 2021.
Okay, it is now just after 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January the 19th, 2021. I call this regular meeting of the Public Utility Advisory Board of the City of Truth or Consequences to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Chairman George Sagani.
Here.
Vice Chairman Jeff Dornbush.
Here.
Member Ron Pacourt.
Here.
Member Gil Avalar.
Here.
Member Don Armijo.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go on with the agenda, a well-known and well-loved member of our community just recently passed away. Mr. Hans Townsend died I'm not sure if it was yesterday or this morning, but very recently. And before we go on, I'd just like to pause for a moment of silence in his memory. Okay, thank you. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second it. Motion and second, now, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the minutes. Anybody have any corrections or changes that need to be made to the minutes? If not, can we have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes. I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Can you clarify who seconded?
Again.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? None? Okay, and it's approved. Next item is comments from the public, and we have a few people online.
If you don't mind,
Okay. Yeah, if anybody wanting to speak, let us know. We are not keeping the time here, but please keep your comments short. If you start to drag on or go off subject, I will cut you off. Okay.
Ron Fan. I'd like to speak to the board.
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Okay, one thing I would like to know is why none of your video is on. We are on video. You can see us. Part of communication is visual. I would like to see the board. I would like to see the people who are in attendance. There's no reason why you can't have your video on. This is one-way communication this way. You can see my facial expressions. You can see what I look like. I want to see the rest of the people who are at this meeting. I think it's a perfectly good suggestion and an offer. It's your technology. And if I can abide by it, I'm sure that the rest of the meeting can do the same.
Is there anything else?
Yeah, so there's a lot, but I see that nobody is bothering to turn on the cameras, so guess what? I will turn off my camera. All right? Now, yeah, I have, let's say, a couple of problems with the proposal for the new solar regulations. I want to remind you, first of all, that everyone there are about approximately 52 solar applicants, or people who have solar in town, and they must be considered grandfathered under the original 669, unless they choose to do something different. But the establishment of the rate for payment for excess electricity, production should only be tied to the rate that's already established by the city in a contract with the solar farm. They are a non-public utility. They are private producers, just like the rest of us. And the rate that's been established for them for the 25-year period should apply to anybody who has solar at this point. And that rate is extremely more favorable than what you're proposing, which is approximately 5.25 cents, or whatever the CL Electric is 7.2 cents a kilowatt. And currently, as of February, the solar farm will be getting 6.9 cents a kilowatt. And it goes up to 11.5 cents a kilowatt over the 25 years. Now, unless you want to make them retroactive and cut them back to 5.25 cents, I think that they would pull out of the city and we'd end up with a bill for about $4 million for breach of contract. So take that into consideration before you finalize this new ordinance. I think that a lot more input from the public is necessary, because there are a lot more people with a lot more solar than anybody represented on the Public Utility Board. And I believe that we need to be involved in this process because it does affect all of us.
Okay, thank you.
And
Anybody else?
I'll leave you with that.
Anybody else have comment? Oh, Ariel, we can't hear you.
Ariel, if you can unmute your mic, please, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Ariel is unmuted. Maybe she's got a problem with her computer. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Ariel, your audio is not coming through.
No, she's still trying. We can't. Should we move on to the next one, if there's anyone else?
Ariel, I'm really sorry, we can't hear anything you're saying. Could you,
Tell her to call in.
okay, what number do you need to call in?
Ariel, would you like for me to give you the number? If so, can you nod? I can see you. Okay, let me just read you the number. Ariel, can you hear me? If so, nod. Okay, let me read, can you write this number down so you can call in? Do you have, I'm gonna, yeah, okay, I'll give you, okay, awesome, here we go. 1-646-749-3299. 122. There's going to be an access code. Are you ready? Okay, 222-663-693. Give me a thumbs up if you got it. Awesome, thank you, ma'am.
Will they actually hit the button or what?
No, don't.
No, don't hit anything.
Don't hit the button.
Okay.
We got the deer in the headlight.
Yeah. What's this? Technology, Okay.
Ma'am, would you like for me to read the number one more
I
time?
think you got it.
You got it? I think another one came. I think she got it.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
Oh, good. Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you very much for moving forward this idea that I proposed over a year ago. It would have actually been helpful to me if someone had communicated with me that you were going to have this meeting about this issue instead of just finding out about it less than an hour ago. I guess I'm going to turn off my audio here. It's not happening. In particular, I'd like to say that I have a number of questions about this draft change. Overall, I would really recommend that this advisory board hold a public meeting on what solar means for our community and get better and fuller input from members of the community prior to finalizing any ordinance change. Further, I'd also like to send this to Solar United Neighborhoods, an expert in this field, to get some input from them. One recommendation is that I think a preamble to this ordinance about why solar is important would be a good idea. And now I have some specific recommendations. Under Overview A, you still have in there size for the most recent 12-month average usage. I think that needs to change. Under B, where you've made I think 10 watt for residential systems is a very good change. But I question why there are any limits at all. And then the other suggestion is, or 100% of the recent 12-month average of customer usage for non-residential systems. I think this does not still cover the issue, for instance, that the brewery would have had. Didn't have 12 months of prior use. Moving on to the AMI meter mandatory issue, I think this is litigation, and you don't think you can state this at this time. Moving on to the next issue on the next page, under E, I think that this recommendation of 40% is a violation of the fair, equitable justice use of what the city pays the solar farm. For F, I think it's the same issue. So for those reasons, I would re-examine this or take a closer look. But I think a public discussion is a really good idea at this point. So I hope you all can move forward with that.
Okay, thank you, Ariel.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have anyone else on that wishes to make a comment at this time? Okay, so that, take that as a no. And next item is, response, Mr. Easley, step right up.
Evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and fellow members. So I would like to talk about this, change of the ordinance of 669. Just to kind of give you a heads up here, so total solar customers that we have now in the city is 54. We have 46 residential and 8 commercial. I kind of like to remind you all that we do have a contract with Sierra Electric Co-op where we have to buy so much power from them every year. If not, we do get penalized. So the way we are going right now, there is going to come a time where we're going to have to shut everything down and nobody will be able to have solar. If not, we're going to be in fault of that contract with Sierra Electric Co-op. So I just wanted to kind of give you guys the numbers and remind you of that contract. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And we may call on you when we get further into the discussion.
Right, so we needed response from comments,
Okay.
response to comments from the public.
Okay, well,
So does would the board like to make any
do we
comments?
have anyone who wants to respond or, considering they were all dealing with the solar ordinance, we can kind of address that, I think, when we get into the discussion. Okay. All right, so no comments. New business. A, discussion action residential solar generation limits. All right. You all have the copy that, of the red lines that we had made, and Mr. Doherty did point out that right in that first paragraph A, the part sized for the most, well, that should have been stricken too.
Okay.
Okay. I can let you have this one when you're,
You go ahead and,
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
the changes and then
I'm
we'll...
here. I'll get it to you when you're done.
That sounds
Right.
good.
Okay, yeah, because that, the paragraph A is, in contradiction with what the paragraph B says, all right? But, if you've all had a chance to look at this, do you have any comments, discussion, suggestions, changes?
Well, when I'm reading here, should it say, in paragraph B, this is on court, for oversized systems, renewable energy generation system be sized such that it inverts rate capacity exceeds 90%?
Okay, 90% is crossed out.
Right,
Right, that's the old language.
okay, right. But it says, but you can go to 10 kilowatts for residential.
Right. Okay.
Could you explain that to
Well,
whatever's
okay.
in red is what you're proposing?
Yeah, the red is the new language,
Right.
right, okay. Now, let me explain where the 10 kilowatt number comes from. In the state regulations on renewable, systems such as solar, there is a breakout at 10 kilowatts. Anything below 10 kilowatts they have a simplified approval process. And they do that, that is designed so that residential, homeowners, individual homeowners can get their own, system, put it in something that's, of an appropriate size for a residence, and do it with a minimal approval process. If you go over 10 kilowatts, you go to the full approval process. There's a lot more paperwork, a lot more information that needs to be brought up and or needs to be submitted, and the approval process becomes much more complicated. And again, the state did that to allow homeowners to put their systems in without all of the fuss and bothers that a full-size system would use. And that's the reason that we have that there. If a homeowner, if you've got a large home, you've got electric heat, air conditioning and all that, and if you think you're going to be using more electricity, okay, this doesn't stop you from putting in a larger system. But if you're going to go above 10 kilowatts, then you're going to have to justify it by your usage, okay? And again, it's not putting a limit on a larger system. It's just that you have to, for something like the brewery, or for a very large house, if they want to go to that size, you can, estimate what your annual usage is and size it that way. If you go, 5 kilowatt hours production over what you estimated 1 year, nobody's going to jump all over you for that. But this is to try to keep that at a reasonable level. For some place like the brewery, when they come in where they don't have a 12 months usage, well then, that is something they would have to go work with the utility department and their solar installer to try to determine that. Again, I don't see anybody quibbling over a few kilowatt hours one way or the other on this. It's just that we don't want somebody who needs 15 kilowatts putting in a 25 kilowatt system, So that's the reason for that.
Well, my opinion is, I think it should still stay at 90%, because there's a cost of doing business. And the people who have a system bigger than their normal usage, they're not paying part of that cost of doing business, which is salaries, whatever overhead is for the electrical department. So that cost of doing business then lays on everybody else who does not have solar. People, if they have a 90% system, they still got a little, and they got some foot in a game there. So making a system bigger than 90% makes everybody else have to pay what they're not paying.
Okay.
So, for that portion, I think it's just...
Everybody's still going to be playing
I was still speaking. So I think that making a system, even 100% would be fine, but nothing bigger than 100% of what they calculate their need is. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have comments before?
I think they're still 90% also. Those are down because they still need the electric department for middle of the night stuff and storm days, this, that, and the other. And they will produce whatever they want, or a bigger systems where they don't need the city except for bad times, if you will. The upkeep of the system and order for them to go in and out still costs money. And someone has to pay for that. Once, as Ron said, why should it be just the people who cannot afford solar systems?
Anybody else?
People that have bigger systems, wherever they figure out the storage, I'm sure the people that have the bigger systems are gonna say, see the city.
And I feel that the 90% is a good number than what they started out with. My concern with that is that if everybody starts putting in and everybody starts making even just a little bit of money, how bad is that going to affect the city system altogether? And pumping all this extra electricity in there, Bill, maybe you can answer this. If we add more electricity to the system, not only what's coming in, but going back to the system, is that going to affect anything in any way?
Yeah, it's gonna affect what we buy from Sierra Electric Co-op in Walmart. Even the solar array out there, because we buy all the power that the solar array generates out there.
How about the electric system itself, like
It's gonna affect the revenue that we get coming in also.
I'm thinking transformers and stuff like that, will they have to be bigger? Any change in the line, any change in, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Before you go, I have a question. How much electricity do we purchase total?
I couldn't give you the numbers right now.
Just a rough estimate.
Kilowatts, I couldn't tell you.
I don't mean to interrupt, this is Deputy, are we supposed to keep, comments? Are there only supposed to be comments, because all the questions?
No, for us, for this is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, I would have to get you the numbers.
Because I want to know what the difference is between how much we purchase total and how much we are contracted to purchase. Because that difference, then we can figure out, is this going to really affect our purchasing?
Down the line.
I mean, how many people, we have, 80? You said 85?
I forget what I said.
46 and 8.
See, that's the thing too, is we have a company right now called Yellowbird, and they're coming to town and they're going door to door to door. I'm getting applications from Yellowbird, I'm getting probably 4 applications a week from them. They're selling, for selling. We just got one for Chevron up at, North Dave, we just got one for El Faro, the restaurant.
I understand. What I'm asking though is what is that ratio? I mean, what's the difference that we would need?
I would have to get you the numbers.
I don't have the exact numbers, but I've looked at that contract for the minimum purchases, and the minimum purchase is somewhere under 10% of what we purchase now.
Okay, so
It's,
theoretically,
you'd have to put in one heck of a lot of solar.
theoretically, any change towards reducing that surplus purchasing through solar application, if you worry about it happening in a 1-year period, if we have to renew this contract with Sierra Electric every year?
There ain't no renewing that contract.
Oh, so we're stuck buying X amount for
Probably another 15 years.
and what are the consequences if we don't?
We penalize it, and plus, their rates go up too after a certain amount of time. So, we can't put ourselves in a hole, because
I understand, it's just, why are we being forced to purchase this electricity?
because when they dumped the solar array out there, they redid the contract for Sierra Electric Co-op to allow us to put that solar array in. And then, was it 2 years ago, our rates were fixing to go up. And a couple of commissioners redid the contract again to keep our rates at a certain point.
So this contract can be renegotiated, because it has in the past. It's just they're reluctant to do it because they don't want the city of TRC to self-generate.
Yeah, we could try, but
So that seems to be a little unfair and un-American, to tell you the truth. That's the way it is. That's all. That's the way it is.
And
They're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
So I don't know if you can talk closer to, is the mic working? Can we test it?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Any other questions? No, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just hit some of these points. First of all, $8 a month per customer connection fee is still there. It's still being paid, no matter whether you have solar or not, okay? The other end of the matter is that the electric department every year has got $1.5 million extra that they push over to the general fund. I don't think that's a sign of a electric department that is being underpaid. All right? I know the commission has been working hard, this and the city manager, previous city manager, they have been looking at, trimming the budget and finding alternate revenues so that the city is not dependent upon the electric department. But the fact of the matter is, the electric department is pulling in $1.5 million every year that they're not using. And I don't see that the small difference in revenue that's happening here is making a big dent in that $1.5 million. With all of these solar customers, that surplus is still there.
The surplus money we're making, George, is going to our departments. We're not cutting it's not going to rate.
Well,
It's been that way for quite a while.
Well, that's why the rates on these other departments have been changed, and that's why they have that automatic rate increase in each of these.
And how long will it take them to catch up?
We'll cover that in the next, under the next item. Okay. Just go ahead.
I have one more question for you, Bo. I'm sorry. This is a little bit off of the subject, but it's still pertinent. The new meters that are going in, you said they're like 95% installed?
I would say, 95, 96% all are installed.
So next month, we should have pretty much a new reporting from these things?
I would say maybe next month or the following month.
Okay. I would like to see in 2 months, if the city would provide this for this board, a increase of the efficiency on the meters, what that equates to in dollars and cents. Because everything the way it is hasn't really changed except for the meters. And the quicker we can do this little C, be more accurate. So I would really like to see, if we went from 80% efficient meters to 100%, that'd be a 20% increase in our revenue. If it's 95, it's still a 5% increase. That'd be really nice to see that, in 2 months. Could you do that?
Yeah, we sure the utility department can get that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
The other thing I had is that, just an example, the state of Washington, there's a lot of people buying electric cars, okay? And because they fix their roads with the gas tax, they are now charging people who have electric cars more money to buy an electric car to offset that money to replace those roads or fix the roads. That's the same situation here going forward. If we put more people in and are producing more electricity, that means that Sierra Co-op is going to raise the rates eventually to offset what their bottom line. Think about that.
That's why I'm getting this system installed next week.
So I'm thinking we need to stay with the 90%, so everybody's still got they got some input to the game there.
All right, well, let me address that also. If you look at paragraph E, where we're talking about the reimbursement for the yearly excess generation, all right? We're talking about, if everything up to 100% of what you use is balanced off, okay? Now, if you, at the end of the year, at the end of each yearly cycle, if you have excess kilowatt hours that, have not been used to offset your usage, that's reimbursed at 40% of the current electric rate. And that comes out to just under 5.3 cents a kilowatt hour. Which, when I was looking at we were doing the calculations for the electric cost adjustment, that was fairly close to the average wholesale rate that the city pays for electricity. All right? So, it is not... Okay, go ahead.
Doesn't the utility office, settle up with you guys every month? Because you got solar and you got solar, right?
The electric office settles up every month, and you get a credit, and if you have more credit than you have used, then that credit carries over to the next month. And because our systems are sized smaller over the course of the year, we use less, we generate less than what we use, okay? That's because we were forced to have make our system smaller. Now, if somebody, if I were to put on, 3 extra panels, and now I'm generating more than what I would use, at the end of the year, I may have 200 extra kilowatt hours, okay? And then the next year, I have another 200, and the year after that, another 200, and that balance would keep growing, all right? And under the current rules, you do not get reimbursed for that excess generation. Some of the early, before, there were several systems installed, Rounds and Mine, for instance, before that 90% rule was established. And I don't know about, about some of these other early customers, if they are generating more per year than what they use. But under the current rules, that balance will just keep growing until you terminate your account, at which time you get reimbursed. All right? Okay. Now, if we're going to get rid of that 90% limit, which is what's being proposed here, we can let somebody put in a larger system. But anything they generate in excess of what they use over the course of a year is only going to be reimbursed at this wholesale rate. Instead of getting the 13.1 cents a kilowatt hour, you only get like 5.3. That means that oversizing their system is not going to pay them as much as a properly sized system, okay? But they will not be penalized, but they will not be rewarded for oversizing the system. And by setting that, doing the yearly true-up like that, and setting it at that wholesale rate, it discourages people from spending the extra money to put in a much larger system. Okay, the payback, our electric rates are low compared to many other places in the country, and we don't use a lot of electricity here. And I know my electric usage is here is a fraction of what it was back in St. Louis, for a similar sized house. So the payback for installing a solar system, it takes a while, and particularly because we can't issue renewable energy credits like people that are subscribed to a large utility company. They can get these renewable energy credits. So it takes a little while longer to pay back on a solar system here than it would in some other places. Okay, so that's already, an issue. And if you're going to put in something that generates 50% more electricity than you use, you're paying 50% more for that system. But you're not getting 50% more back for the extra electricity that you use, right? So I think this is a way of putting into the system. We're not telling you can't make your system bigger than this. We're just telling you it's not going to pay you back, a lot of extra money to do so. So it's a way of regulating the size by incentive rather than by setting a flat limit.
There's other things, and there's people who put systems in, they get that credit, for your taxes, at 30%. I put my system in 2014, and 3 more years it'll be paid for. It'll have paid for itself. Okay? If I wanted to know what you're talking about, I could put another 20 panels up there, as long as I'm under the 10 kilowatt, and I can do that. Okay? So the incentive there is to put more in. So the other thing in this section E, how does a person, it doesn't say here, how they request their refund? I thought that maybe that had to be put in writing to the utility office that they would like their refund based off October's numbers.
The way this reads is that would be calculated by the utility office every year in October. It would be automatically refunded.
So you're creating more work and cost of doing business for the utility office then. Cost of doing business. I think the person, if they want the money, otherwise, it's been going on for me for, 7 years now, and you too, that my amount of, right now, I have my bill, I just got today, I have $110 credits. That's it. Okay? That's not a lot of money. So what's it going to cost for the utility office to write a check to me in October for that $110 or the, whatever that calculates out to? Do real quick. What $100 am I going to get? I got $100 credit, and at what, 5%? Más o menos? What's that cost? I know from my experience where I came from, retired from, to place an order on a company, it cost $75. At that time, that was 25 years ago, to go through the process to get that order to the customer, bring it back. What does it cost the utility office to go through this process, to calculate what your money is, and write you a check? Cost of doing business.
Well, the cost of figuring out what that credit is already in the system, okay? And all they have to do is take 40% of that credit, and it'll cut you a check. It's not a complicated thing.
it's gonna have to go through accounting, it's gonna have to go through the different processes. Do we have a process for utility and accounting to write checks?
Yes.
I don't know.
You know, we can, we can have Sonia come in and explain that process to us.
I think we need the city attorney here, the city manager, and Sonia all here to talk about this.
All right, well, I'll tell you, these red lines were presented to the city manager and the city attorney. The city manager and the city attorney are both good with the red lines as they are here, all right? So, there is no complaint from either the city manager or the city attorney.
But they didn't hear any of the conversation that we've had here.
How do you know?
I don't know that. And I wish you'd speak into the microphone or speak up, because my hearing and ask are hard for me to hear.
Okay, yeah, but like I said, the red lines as we have here are approved by both the city manager and the city attorney.
Well, I make a motion that we table this until we have more further discussion on this with them present for their input. Nobody's gonna second that?
I second that.
Okay.
You want to take a vote?
Just, let me make a comment before that. I had also, and it was mentioned during public comment, and I have heard from a few, other people who, wanted to have, a public meeting to discuss this. All right. Now, if it goes up to the city commission, there will be a public hearing on it anyway. But part of the approval process for ordinances is to have a public hearing. However, I think the consensus was that people wanted to have a chance to have input before the final wording is decided on and before it takes the form of a formal ordinance. All right. Now, we have the option of having a public forum on this issue before it goes up to the commission, or we can send it to the commission and ask that before they consider it, that they have a public meeting on it. So there's the two options there. But if there's, where it sounds like we're having some contention on this issue, so maybe asking for a public meeting on this where more people that have solar or are interested in solar, can input to it, we may want to do that instead. That being said, do you want to amend your motion, or do you want to just continue as it is?
No, I think we ought to table this until, if we have a public meeting, I think we ought to have it. So, yeah, my motion was to table this until we have further discussion. Well, it'd be nice if the lawyer and the city manager was here to hear what we have said, or it'll be in the minutes. And it's not a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
3 ayes. Okay, and opposed? Nay. So the motion does carry 3-2. Okay. So we'll pass that information on to the city manager, and we will see what we can do about scheduling a public meeting on this, and see what other input we get, and some feedback from the city manager and from the city attorney. Okay. The next issue, discussion and action, type of utility reports to be furnished to the PUAB. Now, I know, Bill, you remember the reports that used to be given to the PUAB. They were pretty detailed. The electric department.
Yes, I do remember them, and I appreciated those reports. And I really wish they would come back. So it's so helpful to us.
I don't
I had a specific question.
Right, yeah. I think that's something that because we are responsible for providing support and advice to the utility departments and to the commission on behalf of the departments. And if we don't have a good grasp of what is going on in the different departments, it's very difficult for us to do our job. And what I wanted to do tonight is to get an idea of the kind of information that we would like to get, what would be in these reports, and and so we can forward that up to the city manager and the department heads. I've also discussed this with Mr. Madrid, and he believes this is a good idea, that we do need this information, and he has pledged to give us his support in whatever type of information we want to get. He'll back us on it. The one thing we were talking about is, instead of having every department report every month, that might be a little bit of overkill. If we rotated between the departments, each month a different department would come in and talk about, their production, their revenues versus expenses, the costs, and that type of stuff. And if we go water, wastewater, electric, and the solid waste, that's once every 4 months they would have to come in. It minimizes the burden on them, and it doesn't overload us with information all at one time. So that was the one suggestion that was made. The thing I would like to add to that also is I would like to get a report from the utility office at least once a year, especially when it comes around to right around June, when the rate changes come in. We would show us what the new rate is going to be, and also the report on the calculation of the energy cost adjustment for the electric department. There has been some question on that, and I've noticed, looking at my bill, that there doesn't seem to have been much of a change in that, and that's one of the things. It is one of the things that we need to know: is this happening? So once a month, once a year from the utility office, and then once every 4 months from the other different departments. Okay.
I'd like to go 3 months. So, as being a former department head, to me, it was no big deal.
Okay.
And we'll just go through whatever you have to go through.
I'm sure Jesse would combine water and wastewater.
Wastewater. So we do it do water and wastewater, and we do them every 3 months instead.
That would work.
Okay.
And then you get the season.
Okay, all right, okay. All right.
My idea I think I would need is to know what their expenditure was on a time frame, and what the revenue was that came in.
Right.
Basically, are these in the black is what I'm looking
Right.
at. And I don't need to know that they bought, you know, some valves or a truck, or, I don't really need to know that. I just need to know what they spent and what their department had brought in through the utility office. That's my take on it.
Right. And, we now have these automatic rate increases every year that go onto the utility rates. And, you know, people, they are concerned because the rate does go up. And in the report, at least, you know, the end of year report, you know, we should get, something from the, department head saying that, yes, you know, we do need to continue this because these are our expenses, this is what we need to do, and yes, we do need that rate increase for the next year. I mean, it will happen anyway. It's in the ordinance, you know, that it will happen. But I would like to hear, you know, or see for myself that, you know, that it is still needed and that they can justify that continued increase. Because all of a sudden, if everybody's, you know, making a lot more money than they need, then we need to revisit those rate increases. But unless we get that information from the departments, you know, we can't make that judgment. And again, that would have to be a commission decision, but I think it's our responsibility to be monitoring that.
Yes.
And actually, if you look at in the ordinance, working with the departments with their budgets is one of the responsibilities of the utility board. If they ask us for help with the budget, they can ask us for help with the budget, and I think we need to be a little bit more involved anyway. And not telling them how to do it, but just be aware of it.
Do you think quarterly would be enough, or do you think every third month?
Well, I'm saying every third month, so we don't have all of them coming in on the
No, I
same month.
understand that, but, okay.
Well, okay, if you mean by quarterly, you know, March, June,
Right,
September, you know, like I said, that way they all come in at the same month and we kind of get buried.
Well, and it wouldn't be that big as saying that, okay, this quarter we spent X amount of dollars and we did, you know, whatever they did. And this is the revenue we came in, so we got money to cover what our expenses were. So that's simplicity. If there's a problem, then that should be highlighted and brought to the surface during that period. That's my thought.
Okay.
So if there's some kind of motion that needs to move,
I just want to, you know, say, anybody have any more comment? Do we have anything more, anything specific, any specifics that we want to bring up? And it's been kind of, it's been a little bit general, right, Bo? Would you need anything, would you need any more specific guidance from us? You know, I don't want to go and leave this as something that's too general for the department heads to be able to respond to.
You need to tell us exactly what you want.
Right.
We have to go and dig and get all this paperwork for you guys. You guys gotta remember too, we do have a daily job that we do too, so.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think we need a very, you know, in-depth, you know, report. We need some, just general summary figures. I know you generate, quarterly budget figures for the commission anyway. So something, you know, the revenues versus expenditures, you know, where you stand, you know. Finance does those. Okay. Well, we have to,
well, maybe that's where we need to go.
yeah. Okay, well, I think,
We can run a budget report, you know, on our side, you know, it shows the line items of our revenues and expenditures and everything.
Yeah, I don't think we really need down to the line item level of detail on this. But, okay, what I would like to do is have a list that we could give to the city manager, all right? Then when the city manager has that list, he can figure out whether it's the finance office or the department heads that would be best able to provide that data.
Do you produce a quarterly report?
Finance does.
Yeah, oh, finance does. Okay.
Well, I wanted to introduce this. It's not vital that we, you know, come to a decision on this at this meeting. I wanted to bring this up, get some thoughts on it, and I would just say we can continue this discussion at the next meeting, and between now and then, I'd like everyone to come down and, you know, I'll come back with a list of specifics, and we can consolidate that and then forward that up to the city manager.
Nobody said there was homework in this.
I think it's a good idea, because it's gonna help us be more informed on our decisions when we start talking about some of this stuff.
Right,
You know, when you've got those numbers you can look at,
right.
so.
Yeah, I said I'll have to go see if I still got one of the old utility. I should still have one of those stashed away in my file somewhere. I'll see if I can find one and get it printed out.
What was it?
The old utility reports that they produced. Like I said, they were pretty detailed, and maybe more than what we actually need, but I'll see if I could find one of those.
How did you do it? Do you remember?
They were just some reports. Just kind of what we were doing, our newest projects, kind of like what we're doing right, you know, how we're doing now.
Well, they had,
What's the latest thing going on and finding problems.
I remember that one.
well, they had the number of kilowatt hours purchased, the number of kilowatt hours sold, you know, the cost of buying it, the cost of the revenue from the sale, you know, that, it's a very basic breakout, you know, on what's going on, say for the previous 3 months, you know.
And latest projects.
Yeah, and, you know, any issues that are coming up, you know, that you see coming up, that will be, can affect your budget, you know, unforeseen expenses, you know, that type of
Took the
thing.
department heads more than 10 minutes for the whole thing. Well, lots of times,
Report what we were doing and.
it was less than that, so lots of times.
Yeah. But, yeah, and then, like I said, it's basically just monthly numbers on what's going on with the department. With the, water department, they would, have, like the water, how much water was pumped, the drawdown on the wells when they tested it, that type of stuff. The amount of water processed at the sewage plant, you know, that kind of thing.
Check all that.
Yeah, see, again, we get back to a lot of the dynamics of the city aren't that dynamic.
Right, yeah. Well, you know,
So, my interest would be like, okay, Bo's having a problem with this part of equipment, he's going to have to make a special purchase for this part of equipment. You know, that kind of information, that's what I would like to know, is not just the black and white, are we making more money this month?
Yeah.
Well,
I'd like
that's,
to know, you know, are the LED streetlights turning out to be cost effective? Could we possibly make more money if we got rid of all the other lights and put in nothing but LEDs? I mean, would we worth the money? Where do those lines cross?
yeah, that type of thing also, yeah.
So for that, we need information.
Right,
Some of our customers, I think, really like that also, just a rundown.
right,
I've been getting people asking if there's any way they can find out with these new meters on their cell phone, when they're not at home, what their electric use is.
you should be able to.
I know, that's what I'm told, you should be able to, but people want me to tell them how to do it, I don't have
Yeah.
a clue. So that would be something I'd like to hear.
Yeah, and I think, once, I think we should have everything installed and up and running by next meeting, right?
It's hard to say right now.
They are using the AMI meters for billing, right?
Yes.
Okay,
There's still a few out there that, like I said, there's, some demand meters out there that we have to change the meter can before we
right,
can retrofit the new meter,
Yeah.
fit in the old meter can.
right.
So,
Yeah.
and then there's a couple other revenue sources that we're still
Well,
working on.
I did notice now, we're using the meter readers. It was 2 weeks or more after the meter was read that I received the bill. It's been 3 to 7 days the last 2 months between the meter reading and the day I got the bill. And I didn't know I moved that fast. I could get from the utility office to my house in less than 4 days, but it did.
God, just escaped me.
I'm sorry.
It had to do with the meters and the meter readers.
The water meters, or?
No, damn, it's not been that important.
And what are the meter readers doing now, or?
No, yeah.
It'll come back.
Oh, yeah, what I basically want right now, my brain says, is the population numbers, are they still around 3,600
Customers?
connections?
How many connections?
We're around 4,000.
4,000 residential connections?
No, that's residential and commercial, right?
Right, so do you know what the residential is now?
And the residential is probably gonna be about 3,200, 300.
Okay, that's kind of what I was using. Okay, very good. I wish I could remember what that first question was, because it was
Okay. And it would be nice to know what the total kilowatt capacity of all the solar customers is. Do you have that? Can you, is that,
He's gonna make some happy,
okay, yeah. Because actually, I would, there's a very interesting statistic that is used, looking at solar, and that is the number of kilowatts of production capacity per capita, per person. All right? And when we started on this back right after, there's like 7 of us residential, there was Walmart and the solar farm, and I think we were up around 400 kilowatts per person of solar generating capacity per person, which is, for the city of Truth or Consequences, which is higher, at the time, which was higher than any major city in the country. At that time, Honolulu had like 300 kilowatts capacity per capita, and we were in excess of that. Well, I mean, it is a small population, but we have a lot of solar generating capability per capita, and I think if we would get that figure, that's a nice bragging number. To say that,
1.5 out here?
well, you figure we got Walmart's 1, we've got 1.5, and then there's whatever is scattered around, we got 54 customers, and say if they're 4 kilowatts each, now you're talking about another 200,
What we need to really think about
But
though is the rates going up, like for for Sierra Electric Co-op. It's just like the solar array, those rates are going up every year, and we're gonna be paying a lot of money for that solar array out
Good
there.
luck getting out.
It's blocked?
No, you can get out.
Hey, we can get out, now you
You remember that spreadsheet that the rates go up every?
Right, yes,
For the solar,
Mhm.
and we're going to start paying more for electricity out there.
That was a bad deal.
I know what I was gonna ask you. When we switched over to the digital meters,
They got my meters.
right, did they restart where we're on, billing, you know? Because my usage was 55 kilowatts last month, and that's ridiculously low.
No, I shouldn't have, you need to ask something about, they should have added your old Android.
So that's what I'm thinking happened, is they plugged it in and I used 55, and they set it down there saying 55.
And they didn't add the old.
Right, so I'll make sure I don't talk to Sonia about this.
They swapped mine out right at the read date, so they used the, reading off the old meter for the bill that month.
And these new meters, they cycle through 4 different things? Is one of those the numbers of total kilowatts that, like the old digital meter, or the analog meters wrote?
I think one number is a peak, whenever you use the
Peak demand.
peak
That's a peak
demand,
demand.
when she was cooking.
There is a number there that I can look at after my, after whenever, beginning of the month, and look at that number at the end of the month, so I can see on my meter.
I don't think you can get the information off your cell phone for the customers. I have to look into that, but what they can do is get a hold of the utility office, and they can give you your, like, this day at this time, you use this, you're at your peak, you use this much amount at this time.
That new device you bought, when you turned it on?
Yep.
Yeah, that's one thing, with the two-way meters that we have, it does measure your peak demand.
Right.
And, that's very good information for somebody who wants to put in a battery storage. Because you could put in battery storage even if you don't have, a solar. Right, you use battery backup. But what you need to do, the information you need for that is what your peak demand is, so you can size a battery that can provide that peak demand, if that's what.
Here's another chart for Sonia. It'd be nice to have an insert with our bill explaining those 4 functions on our meters.
Yeah.
I get that information.
Yeah.
I think people would really appreciate that.
I used to be able to go out and go, oh, okay, my God, I'm using lots more electricity this month. Now I go out and go,
What's that?
okay, I like that number, but those doesn't mean what does that mean?
I can come over and figure it out, yeah. Okay. All right, so, the homework assignment class is to come back, with, maybe some, a little bit more, specific information on the reports, and we will discuss that and send that list, up to give that to the city manager, next month.
Do we need to take a vote on that? I can do a roll call.
I don't think we need to, for this. Okay. The next item, set time for next month's meeting due to federal holiday.
Tuesday after the holiday.
So, is Tuesday 5:30 again good?
Yeah, 16.
16,
I'd
yeah.
rather do it at 3:30.
5:30 a.m.?
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry, I'd have to reset my, defibrillator to get me going that early. Okay, 5:30 on February 16th.
Need a
Okay.
motion? I need a motion.
Okay.
No.
No, we don't, not for that.
Yes, we have.
Do we?
We'd have to agree.
Okay, I will make a motion that we set our next meeting at 5:30 PM on Tuesday, the 16th of February.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, so it is. All right. Comments from the board?
Yes, I do. I have my electric bill I got today, and it's interesting. The reading, my electric reading, is still from 10/27 of last year. I have not gotten any, energy cost adjustment. It's zero for the last 2 or 3 bills. My solar credit is zero for the last 3 bills. And I thought this would be an electrical billing snafu if it's happening to other people. When the gentleman came out and pulled out my meter, he did not read the numbers on the old, I don't know what he did with it, with the old meter or what the readings were. Kenny came out, we all know Kenny, right? He came out with another guy and read the meter with the AMI meter, and I gave him those numbers because I wrote them down when he pulled them out. And I still have the same numbers. The question is this happening to other people who are not getting their billing? But you sound like you're...
My billing is fine. Now, I did hear from one person who, apparently there was some kind of snafu on her bill, but she called up Sonia and they fixed that right away, so.
Okay, so...
That's all I can say is that, talk to Sonia.
Okay.
But I have
I
not
was just
heard...
curious if this was happening to other people and if this was going to be an issue. That's why I brought it up.
I haven't heard, except for that one instance, I haven't heard of anybody.
Walk into the office now.
Yeah,
Oh, we can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
okay,
They can handle all that.
yeah. And Sonia, and the utility office for the whole time I've been here has been very good about it.
Yes.
Because I remember the early days of solar, there were all kinds of issues with those bills, but they've always been most patient and able to work with us. All right. Comments from staff?
I'm not done. I was thinking, because it says here in our Public Utility Advisory Board, under, whatever it is, it says that the city manager is an XO office member. There's part of it missing here. Official member. I would think that he's being a member of the board, he should be on a roll call.
No. He's ex officio, that means he's not a part of the board, he just sits in there, okay? He's not a voting member.
That's right.
He's not a voting member, so he doesn't have, not part of the roll call. Yeah. That's just the way it,
Well, there's another part on here, and it says that he is a member of the board on our... The other thing I wanted to bring up that,
Goodbye. This is going on too long.
that when we have things in the body of the minutes that are not on the agenda. We had on here that snowbirds and power carts, and then it was mentioned that they wanted to wait till we had a full board. But that's never been on the agenda after this meeting.
okay.
So what I'm saying is that when there's something in the agenda, in the minutes, that should be on the agenda because we're looking for an answer for something, or, it should be related, because it just gets lost.
Do you want that to be do you want that discussion to be on the next meeting, the next
Well,
meeting's
that was
agenda?
Jeff's idea.
All right.
He wanted to talk about the poly carts, the snowbirds, and costs, I guess,
All
adjustments.
right, so we will put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Trash pickup for snowbirds, or for seasonal residents. Trash pickup for seasonal residents. Discussion and action. Okay, correct. Because we have people here who are here for the summer as well, so, all right.
I'm still new to this, so bear with me. At that time, it should have been requested to be tabled to the next meeting. It might not have been, but
Yeah.
if we would like a discussion now, let's we don't need to take a vote on this, do we?
Well, no, this is a request to be put on the next meeting's agenda, right?
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
And then, I'm requesting per, the Open Meeting Act of Section 10-15-1, that we get our notice of, the agenda and the minutes 5 days before the meeting. Now, I was told that it's only for people who make a decision, but we make recommendations, and in this reading, you want to read this? It says, it talks about any board, commission, or committees, not just,
That is something you're going to have to bring up when with the city manager and the city attorney, okay?
city attorney.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, you're talking about interpreting a law. That's not my strong point.
You could request it as,
Yeah.
you could request it as a chairperson, that the minutes and the agenda would be 5 days instead of 2 days.
Well, that's not on our agenda for this month, so we can't, well, all right, well,
You can go down to his office and ask him,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The
See,
agenda,
that's the kind of thing you really should be talking to the city manager about offline and not bringing up at the meeting.
And then also we have to just keep in mind that we're comments. Any questions need to be directed to the particular department that you have in question of. These are just comments, so any questions
Right.
need to be done outside of the meeting.
how does that benefit the board then?
Well, it gets handled through the proper chain of command. Okay. So, meeting adjourned.
We need a motion.
I'll make a motion to,
We need a second.
all in favor, adjourn. Shut us down.
Thank you so much for...
Did you get my email, George?
When did you send it?
I think today.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Okay, everybody ready? All right, it is 5:30 PM on Monday, March the 15th, 2021. And I would like to call this regular meeting of the Public Utilities Advisory Board of the City of Truth or Consequences to order. Can we have the roll, please?
George Spaghetti,
Here.
Jeff Brumba,
Here.
John Clark,
Here.
Phil Avila,
Here.
John Armijo.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a response.
Okay, first item is approval of the agenda. Anybody have any,
Yeah, on the agenda, I was wondering why, Mr. Thornbush's items that were in the minutes of the previous meeting was not on as old business. In reference, he would like to know how much electricity is, contracted to purchase, wanted, if the meters were, how they're close, and the efficiency of them. That, I thought that should have been on the agenda. He had asked 2 questions.
Just because an item is mentioned during the meeting doesn't necessarily mean that it has to go on the agenda. If Mr. Dornbush would want it, we do ask everybody. You have the opportunity to contact us to let us know if there's something that needs to be on the agenda. And, I don't think he felt the need that it needed to be on there, so that's why it's not on there.
okay.
Oh, so you're speaking for Jeff now?
Well, he's agreed. Yeah, he's agreed. Okay, all right. There are no more questions. Again, for a motion to approve the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. Next is the approval of the minutes. Now, there were several changes that are corrections that were made to the minutes from the version that was sent out in your packet. So you may want to quickly page through and look at that. And I would note that the changes to her comments that Ms. Doherty submitted have been incorporated into these changes as well. All right, still need a little more time. Apparently so. Okay, is everyone done? Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Were you trying to say something, Ron?
No.
Okay. Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, so it passes, right? Next item is comments from the public. All right, we have a 3-minute rule. I'm not going to slam the buzzer at 3 minutes exactly, but, do not carry on much beyond that. And for those who have submitted information via email, you do not need to go, we've all read that, you don't need to go over it in detail. Just summarize and make any emphasis points that you want to make. Okay.
It looks like we have Ariel and Ron Fenn on there. Who would like to speak first?
I'll go first. Ron Fenn, 316 North Osh, PSC. I want to address a couple of items today. I'm going to leave most of the solar information to Ariel because she's done quite a bit of work on this, and I helped her with a little bit of data. I have done an analysis. I sent it to you in February for your February meeting. I don't know if you received it or not, but it was just to point out that the whole solar issue is a non-issue based on the amount of electricity that is produced by the solar producers and its impact on the contract with Sierra Electric Co-op. Currently, or at least in the past 2 Novembers, 19 and 20, I did an analysis and it shows that nearly 1% of the electricity that was, that 1% of what Sierra Electric Co-op sells us was the amount produced by the solar community of 50 commercial and residential producers. So until we get an enormous amount of people involved in solar, which I think the economics of which will drastically reduce or limit how much it comes into the city, you don't have to worry about it. And pretending that this is a sore spot or concern is a waste of your time and ours. Secondly, you were asking about reports, what you need to be getting for reports. I can tell you that there are reports out there already that you probably are not either aware of or probably don't bother with. The most important one is the utility summary billing report. It comes out every month, sometimes soon, sometimes not so soon, but it does give a picture of how the utilities are operating, all the utilities. And you will find some, if you're capable of reading it, you will find some anomalies that should raise your hackles and raise questions. This is not things are not running very smoothly in this town. And I think part of it is due to your lack of allowing the public to advise the advisors. That's limitation on time, no provision for public hearings on issues that concern all of us, is a detriment to the city and not in the best interest of anyone, including yourself. So read those reports, read if you have a chance, look at ask for the accounts payables and the accounts receivables in native format, which is spreadsheet format. Do not rely on the little blurb that's put out as a PDF in the city commission package.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ron.
But you said you were not going to slam the time on me. I got,
well, you are well over your 3 minutes already, okay? And, it's starting to get redundant. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So a citizens advisory committee job is to get citizens' input to community dialogue well in advance of policy going before the commission. This needs to be open, free, and exchanged back and forth. So to limit the time to 3 minutes, further be told that you can only make comments, not ask questions, dims dialogue, and mitigates against fair, full, and fruitful involvement of the public. The chart I sent you all for the city's 2019 kilowatt use via Sierra Electric Co-op shows an excess of 4.9 million kilowatt hours above the contract minimum. Using Ron's excess credits for this past year of the solar, he was one of the few that actually had excess credits from my understanding. It would take 780 solar users to produce that level of excess impact for this, affecting this contract. So I think the 90% limitation in any list that solar producers will affect, the Sierra Electric Co-op completely falls and moves. And I hope you all will please stop clinging to them. For me, I've just added a hot water heater recently, and this has pushed my electric use up for the last 3 months, 375%. Had I put in solar last year at 90% use, I would have paid a whopping amount for the solar system as well as this increased amount of electricity to the city. My goal all along has been repeatedly, as I've told the commission and your board, this is to become independent of fossil fuel, adding electric heat and ultimately an electric car. I see no reason that the city should restrict my solar production to reach that goal. As producers, we are all simply attempting to meet our own electric needs, not turn into major electrical producers, providing massive kilowatt hours to the city. The overemphasis on this part of the city is based on fear, and overproduction is not reflected in the reality of the current solar producers. It is one reason why a preamble to the 664 order, I think, is in order, because it's desirable to encourage citizens to use it. I've made many suggestions regarding the rewrite of 664. They are marked up in a new draft that you all now have. I did not see how any of this can move forward without a dialogue of back and forth. The quick points are, 10K kilowatt is exceedingly low. I urge more standard 25 kilowatt hours. The annual payout of 40% of the tech contract is absurd. Further, the city cannot discriminate and pay one solar producer one thing and another. On the AMI issue, I think this was written prior to the city's January 29th meeting, and it's an unnecessary addition here. I'm thoroughly dismayed to see the city move ahead with an RFP to make the city's, i.e. us citizens, pay for the installation of 4 or 5 electric car fueling stations across the street from the city's offices. From an IPRA I received on this, I see absolutely no public input on this issue. It went before no advisory boards for discussion. It is not in the comprehensive plan, and there is no need to substance. How does such an idea blossom full force into such an expense for citizens, especially when you will not allow by the 90% restriction and the possibility of 10K limits for us citizens to have enough solar panels to supply electricity for our own future electric cars? Contradictions abound in this.
Okay, thank you, Ariel.
I will supply my written comments so that I'm not misquoted in the future. Thank you.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else who would wish to make public comment? I don't believe so. Okay, next.
Hello?
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 Oh, that's
My
right.
name is Martha Rimmel. I'm also interested in the issue that's in front of the board right now regarding the solar panels. And I would just like to say that it troubles me that there's not someone within the city who is eminently qualified to assess our usage, etc., and specifically with respect to installing panels and how these are paid out and how these are regulated. I find it troublesome that we pay a consultant a huge amount of money and don't exactly understand why it is that we can't have someone working in the city who is qualified to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else online at this time that wishes to make a comment? Okay, if not, we have one mail-in comment, and Angela will read that.
Okay, this comment was from Susan Crow. It says, fees for keeping our analog meters. Any demand of extra payment to avoid having privacy, security, or health infringed upon within one's own home is extortion, particularly in light of the fact that the microwave radiation, including that emitted by smart meters, is classified classified by the WHO as a possible human carcinogen. Even if $5 monthly fee represents 20% of my monthly electric usage, which is a usage fee, our community is primarily low income, with many of those retired and on a fixed income. Making opt-out for trip fees discriminates against low-income customers. We should not be penalized for our choices. The 2005 Clean Energy Act was intended as an opt-in program. The phrasing that stated that advanced technologies are to be offered, it is a violation of the intent of the law making them mandatory. Additionally, the New Mexico Regulatory Commission set precedent April 11, 2018, case number 15-00312-UT, by denying PNM any form of opt-out or trip fees as punitive and a hardship to the customer. Please recommend those choosing to keep analog meters be responsible for sending an image of their meter reading monthly by email, and change the policy that requires a utility employee to go out and read the meter when we have visual confirmation of the reading in a photo. This is an unnecessary waste of our taxpayer dollars. Any fee that is imposed should be waived when the customer provides any form of self-reporting, be it photos, by email, or documentation sent or dropped off at the office. An opt-out trip fee discriminates against those with medical conditions and violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. Please take these concerns into consideration when you make your recommendations to the commission. And thank you, Susan Crowe.
Okay, that's it for today. Do we have any response to comments from the public? We will be discussing the solar ordinance in depth later on, so I would not respond to any of those comments at this time. On the last one, the meter reading fee was originally going to be on consideration of that would be on the supposed to be on this month's meeting, but because of the number of other issues and the length of time it may take to go through all of that, we decided to just postpone that and put it on. That will be definitely on next month's agenda. Okay. So there are no comments or no response. Next item is old business, discussion action, residential solar generation limits. All right. This was tabled from last week's, January's meeting. Before we get started, I would like to throw out a little new information. The reason I had set up the revision on this ordinance for a yearly true-up, and had it set up the way it's laid out in that particular document, is because of the limitations in the way that the utility office currently handles the bill. All right, to change it to a monthly true-up would not be possible given the way their system is set up at this time. I did sit down with Sonia last week, and the purpose was to walk through the billing processes and see what kind of issues they had. But at that time, I learned that she is asking for money to go in and to revise the format on the utility bills. so that we can include such information such as the billing date and some other things that would help the customers to understand what's going on with their bills. Okay. And since, every time we change anything with the utility bills, we have to pay Tyler to come out and to do that work. So, since we're already going to be paying them to do some work, we can do a few tweaks on it, and we can actually change how the data is handled by the billing software, and we can actually change it to a monthly true-up instead of a yearly true-up. And this is in fact the most common way of handling solar accounts, is that on a monthly basis, the utility company looks at what was delivered to the customer, then subtracts from that the number of kilowatt hours that were pushed back into the grid. If the number is positive, that is, they used more than they took in more than they produced, then they are billed for that amount. And if the number is negative, that is they pushed back more than what they used, they are then credited for that excess electricity. And in every case that I've been able to find, that excess production that is pushed back to the utility is credited at a far lower rate than the actual cost of the delivered electricity. Sierra Electric, for instance, does this if you produce more kilowatt hours than what you pull in, that excess is credited at 2.014 cents per kilowatt hour, which is about 13 cents a kilowatt hour less than what they pay. All right. This is a little bit lower than I've seen, but generally that is the way the utility companies work. And another issue I see is right now we are giving people credit at for excess production at the full rate. All right, and in no case should we be giving credit at anything above the wholesale rate that we pay for electricity.
And what is the wholesale rate now?
It's around 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Again, I don't know. That figure is calculated when we figure out the electric cost adjustment. But you have to look at the total cost of electricity divided by the total amount paid. And when we were talking about that before, that figure was coming in around 5.5 cents per kilowatt hour. It fluctuates a little bit. All right. So when we were looking at that, I am proposing that we drop back over here and do a monthly true-up and use the model, the same model that's used by other utility companies. And we can then recommend that we use, say, 5.3 cents per kilowatt hour for the credit for the extra production every month. Okay. The other thing, I should have had this information with me back in January, but I went in and Mr. Finn made or was it Ms. Doherty? But anyway, they made a comment about, it was Ms. Doherty using Mr. Finn's numbers, saying that we need about 750 producers of his level in order to reach the limit where we would be, where our purchases of electricity from Sierra Electric would go below the limit on that contract. I used my own system, which is smaller than Mr. Finn's, but I figured that, again, depending upon whether you're looking at the monthly minimum purchase or the annual minimum purchase, I figured that we would need between 1,100 and 1,300 new systems the same size as mine in order to reach that. So even if the average size of the unit was of a solar installation was twice as big as mine is, and mine produces 90% of what I use, we would still need somewhere around 600 new customers, or new solar customers, to reach that limit. Now, it's taken us 8 years to get up to 54 customers. And even if you're adding 50 customers every year, we're talking about 12 more years before we reach that limit. And in that time, there is certainly time to do something with the contract with Sierra Electric.
Chairman, can I interrupt you there?
All right, go ahead.
So are you counting the contract with WAPA contract also, and then also the solar array out here that we have that we buy electricity from?
This is only the electricity that we purchase from Sierra Electric.
But you also also include WAPA and Sierra Electric, the solar array also too.
Well, yeah, but that's already, I looked at how much we are currently buying from Sierra Electric, and the amount, we have a minimum purchase of 16,500,000 kilowatt hours per year from Sierra Electric, and 500,000 kilowatt hours a month. Okay. In 2018, and that's the year I used for the numbers, we purchased 23,500,000 from Sierra Electric. And the difference between 23,500,000 and 16,500,000 is the figure that I used for my calculations.
Right, but you also need to include...
No, we do not. We have to purchase a minimum from Sierra Electric.
And what's that minimum?
That's 16,500,000 a
16
year.
million.
Right. And in 2018, we purchased 23,500,000. All right? The amount of electricity we get from WAPA and the solar farm every year is pretty consistent. Okay, we're not going to see any great spikes in production from either one of those that's going to affect how much we get from Sierra. We have to purchase from Sierra Electric or other sources.
So one of my questions, Mr. Chairman, is, what limits does Sierra Co-op have on for their customers when they build their system? Or they say
They have no limit.
So you can just build, and so part of my concern is as we start putting these systems in and selling this electricity to, one of the things that we talked about that Mr. Madrid was going to look into, that we still need to look into, is at what point do, we got the solar company out there, but there's I imagine there's all kind of paperwork and stuff set up for them to be vendors and to do things. To go into individual people, are we going to have to do contracts and all that to become a business that's selling it back? And so that's one of my concerns. At what point do we have to start doing all this paperwork to ensure that everybody's set up as a business partner to be able to do this stuff? My other one is that as we start using less and less electricity and paying people for making more electricity, I understand it to be that it was set at 90% so that we didn't overproduce and didn't have to worry about paying all these people back at the end of the thing. And so, if we got people that are set at 90% and they're producing all this extra electricity, not only are we not selling the electricity that they're saving, all this goes through, and in the long run, that money is going to affect the city of TRC and the monies that they got. So, and then I have some other questions, but as we get to that on the contract, I'll bring that up.
All right. Okay. The first, solar residential and businesses that have their own cogeneration facilities, whether they be solar or wind, all right? We have a contract, and the contract with these people is the interconnection agreement, all right? Now, the rates that they are paid are set by the city commission, just like the regular utility rates that everyone else is charged. So the rates they pay and the credits they get back are set by the commission. There's no need for any other contracts or any business setups or anything like that. It is an individual agreement with the standards set by the decision of the city commission, right? And this is completely and totally separate from the solar farm. This comment has been made a couple of times that, well, what about the solar farm? The energy we get from the solar farm is purchased, and it was set up via a separate standalone contract that applies to the solar farm and the solar farm only, and it has absolutely no bearing on what goes on with residential customers. All right? So if we're talking about the residential customer cogeneration facilities, the solar, whatever happens with the solar farm it has no bearing on it whatsoever.
What about the cost? What about the cost that goes up every year that we have to pay for electricity?
Well, and again, that's why this board recommended and the commission enacted the electric cost adjustment, which would theoretically be calculated twice a year and would take into account any changes in the cost of electricity. And we would maintain a consistent profit margin for the electric company if the cost of electricity goes up. All right, that is in place, and that is there as a protection for the electric utility.
Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
you mentioned the energy cost adjustment. When's the last time it was calculated? If it's supposed to be calculated twice a year.
It is supposed to be calculated twice a year.
When was the last time it was calculated?
That I do not know. Because
It hasn't
the current energy cost adjustment is exactly the same as it was when that ordinance was passed by the city commission. So either our electric rates have been extremely constant, or it has not been recalculated.
So what do you think it is?
I would leave that up to the city manager to pursue that.
Well, I had a sit-down with Mr. Morse before he left, and he said he was going to look into that. And of course, he left and I never heard. Because as far as I can see, it's never been adjusted since it got implemented.
Ms. Alvarez has
I made a
made a note, and you'll see what's going on. But anyway, I said protection from rising electric costs is already built into the system. And again, that should have no effect on this.
I thought you said it was gonna affect the calculation of what the city was gonna buy back.
Okay.
You made
Okay.
that comment.
Well, okay, let's look, okay. We have two options. Okay, we have two options, which way we can do it. We can set a set monetary amount. We can just say, all excess solar production will be credited at 5.3 cents per kilowatt hour. Or we can say the excess solar production will be credited at the current average wholesale cost of electricity. In which case it would change every month, and I think that puts a kind of an undue burden on the utility office to have to calculate that every
Why would
month.
it change every month?
Because
If
every
they're not
month we
doing-
buy,
If they're not doing the energy adjustment, the cost adjustment, then it's not changing.
no. The cost of the electricity changes every month. Because you buy different amounts of electricity from the different producers. And as the balance that you buy from one producer or the other changes, it will adjust that average a little bit.
But I thought we were only talking about Sierra Co-op.
No, that is the issue with, how much solar can we install before we run into problems with the Sierra Electric contract. Okay. That does not affect the average wholesale rate for electricity.
But the solar array produces more electricity than the city uses. And that
No, it
that
doesn't.
surplus...
No, it does
How
not.
did you get that idea?
It
Am I wrong?
produces-
The solar array out in Williamsburg
Produces
does
more
not.
electricity than the city uses.
No.
No,
No?
no.
Close.
So another way to say it.
Okay.
No.
And I have this other question. In 2015, when I stood over there and said that, 90% was a good number for calculating a system, so whoever's got solar would, have a skin in the game, and there's still a cost of doing business. So, staying at 90%, then, you're not putting a burden on all the electrical users. The other thing, when I was over there, and said, why don't we have a adjustment annually? And you were dead set against that. You wanted to make sure that it would not change until we disconnected. What's changed?
All right. Look, a lot of things have changed. All right. And, first, and I hate going over old territory time and time again. But, as I mentioned in January, the 90% limit was put on there, and this was the only way we could get the solar ordinance passed, is to keep the size of the installations at 90% of usage. Otherwise, the electrical department was not in favor of it. All right? It was done to appease the electrical department and get their support. It was never my intention, it was never my personal intention to limit the size of solar installations.
That's not what I said.
All right, now, yeah, and like I said, things have changed a great deal. If, again, with a 90%, if all of the installations that were put in were sized so that they didn't generate more than 90% of the usage, there would never be an excess credit at the end of the year. All right? So there is no need for an annual true-up if nobody is producing excess electricity. That's it. However, over the past 8 years, there have been many systems put in, and out of these 54 systems, and they've all been blessed by the electric department. However, some of the systems that have been put in are generating more electricity than the customer is using. All right, they was blessed by the city, so, we have, we have no choice but to credit it. So in effect, that 90% limit it has been violated a number of times with the blessing of the city. So since we're already allowing customers to put in oversized systems, why do we have to have that limit on?
We're not letting people put in oversized systems.
Well, why then are some people producing more electricity than they're using? Why does anybody have?
Because probably people have backed off on using electricity and producing more.
Well,
So when we
that's okay, and then, like I said, there's
So when
been a
we
lot-
started this project, George, we started it at 80%. You're the one that wanted to raise it to 90%. Do you remember that?
110. I was standing over there,
Yeah.
110.
So George is the one that wanted to raise it to 90, but anyway, so now you want to give customers money back for what they produce over? Because the contract already says they'll true up whenever the customer leaves.
But then we're still giving them the money. And the way it's currently set up, we are paying them back at 13 cents a kilowatt hour.
So George, let me ask you this question. Do you have solar, George?
Yes, I do.
So are you going to benefit from this, George?
No,
You're not.
because my excess production will be being paid back at 5 cents a kilowatt hour rather than 13 cents.
But you're going to still get money back though, right?
I will still get, but it will be
So you
about
are going
40.
to benefit
It'll
from
be,
this, George.
no, I will be getting 40% less.
You're still
from my
benefiting from it.
I will not, I
You're
benefit
wrong.
from it, but I would benefit at 40%. I would get 40% of the benefit that I was getting before. Right now, the city is paying me 13.12 cents per excess kilowatt hour that I produce every month. All right? If we change it to the way I had outlined earlier on, I would be getting 5.3 cents. That's a difference of almost 8 cents a kilowatt hour less that I would be getting. So would cost me 7.8 cents per kilowatt hour for every excess kilowatt hour I produce. All right? Yeah.
May I interject something? By doing that, by setting the buyback rate at 5.5 cents a kilowatt hour, the city makes money off the excess generation.
But we're taking money out of our pockets to pay you guys, which
No,
we
no, no,
shouldn't
no,
be
see, you
doing.
pay at 5 cents, but you sell at 14.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how you can't make money doing that.
See, right now, the city is losing money.
Yeah.
They're losing money on it because there have been a number of complaints about how much money we're paying to the solar farm, up around 11 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's not our problem.
I'm just saying, but the city is paying us solar generators 13 cents a kilowatt hour.
Right, taking any profit the city could have on those electrons and giving it right back to the customer.
Yeah, again, the method I outlined earlier, where we do a monthly true-up and pay that excess monthly production at a reduced rate, is the way that all the major utilities handle solar production.
The city is not forced to buy at wholesale,
The city,
wholesale cost, they get it at reduced cost.
the city does not have to,
Retail.
the city does not have to pay you a penny for any extra production you make. Yeah.
So we could pass an ordinance saying that if you're over-generating, then the city has a right to go on your roof with some black paint and paint over a little bit of your solar panel. Why not?
You know.
If not what we want to do, we want to make this so the city's always going to be on the top. That'd be one way to do it.
Would you run your business that way? Oh, okay.
No, I've already said my point. The city buys this electricity at 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and they can sell it at 14. What's wrong with that? Well, Sierra Electric's saying, well, now you're taking away from our profits. And the producers up in the Four Corners are going, yeah, you know, we can't make ends meet if you don't pay us more money. So what happens is they start raising the rates. Then the people in their home going, why is my rate going up all the time? I'm going to get a solar system. Now, Bo has 600 more systems to deal with, and 600 more people, half of which have been oversized and are producing more than they should. What are we going to do? We're going to let this get out of hand, or we're going to look at the gift horse and say, well, my God, we've got a new source of energy at 5 cents a kilowatt, 5.5 cents a kilowatt hour that comes with no strings attached. There's nobody having to pay overhead. There's no line generation loss. There's no capital outlay. The homeowner pays all the cost of depreciation. The homeowner pays for the cost of installation. The city doesn't have to pay those costs. The city takes the 5 cents a kilowatt electron, turns around and makes money off of it. Sierra Electric Co-op seems to be doing the same thing. I mean, where's it going to go? When the price of the electrons generated by the Four Corners power plant becomes so high that everybody who does the math goes, my God, I can put a solar system in and not have to pay as much. We're headed that way, eventually. Bo's going to have to wonder, how are we going to make money when everybody's producing electricity and we're buying their excess and we don't have anybody to sell it to? So what are we going to do then? Then we'll have some way to store that energy and send it back to them at night.
There's another,
Get there until they get a way to store it better. Right
Yeah.
now,
there's,
their batteries are way,
Hydrogen.
way out.
Hydrogen.
Well, they're doing all kinds of things.
there's other things going on too, as Ms. Doherty, mentioned. She is moving her entire household over to electricity, doing away with gas. So, my son, we put, mini splits in his house, so he is total electric now, all right? As people, the environmentally conscious people, move away from fossil fuels, they go to electric cars. All of these changes in people's lifestyles are going to increase the need for electricity. I mean, look what happened in Texas when they had the big storm there. Their electric usage spiked dramatically because so many people there had electric heat. There is that tendency, people moving toward heat pumps and other heating systems that do not use fossil fuels but are dependent on electricity. So electric consumption total is going to go up anyway, and that's going to bump that figure out even farther. Go ahead.
The last bit, that same last. Well, let me, all right, here, I'm still sticking with the 90%. I believe that there's, like I said, there's a cost of doing business in the utility office. But in 2015, when we did the ordinance, I wanted to have a reconciliation at least annually, because we've had so many snafus in our utility office, that once a year would be reconciled if a customer wants to. So my suggestion is, if they want to do it once a month, once a year, maybe in March, before the big sun-producing electricity months, and they have to go to the utility office and request it. Either email, in person, or whatever like that, once a year, if they choose to, but to do this automatically, what kind of burden is that gonna put on the utility office, the financial folks, cutting those checks, mailing them out, paying
Okay.
postage, and the whole part of doing business?
All right. If we do it this way, except the
Do it which
billing,
way?
the billing system and the bills, okay, that will be, the programming will be changed so that calculation is done automatically and it places no additional burden on the utility office.
That's not true, George. There's envelopes, there's checks that gotta be printed.
No, if you are given, you are given a credit. You're given
When
a
it's already
monetary
happening, we're
credit.
getting credit, that's already happening.
Right. Mhm.
But when you want to give people money back and you have to give them a check, that costs money. That costs a lot of money. And I have said this before,
We have-
30 years ago, when I placed an order on a vendor, through our company, to that vendor, it cost $75 to place that order through all the departments to get to that vendor. There is a cost
We have
associated with
electronic,
business.
we have electronic
Transfer
billing.
cost.
We have electronic billing, which happens automatically, and we can have an electronic payment of credits, which happens just as automatic.
I want to hear that from the utility office
Okay.
and the financial department.
All right. Now, the other thing is, okay, go ahead,
This is kind of going astray. We have some issues here in front of us, and we are just going around them, and we're not dealing with them. One of the issues we have is how in the hell do we figure what 90% of somebody's usage is? And in the case of Ms. Doherty, I put in a new electric hot water heater and a new heating system that's electric. So, are we gonna have some mechanism where people can come to you and say, I have just upgraded my home and I'm using more electricity, so I want to reevaluate my 90% usage?
So it's in the ordinance, so we go off your 12 months usage, if somebody already has solar, and they add something else like a refrigerator there, or a electric water heater, they need to let it run for 6 or 7 months and submit another application. It will go off of their 12 months usage again, and then they could add another panel or something. But they have to pay that $25 application fee and resubmit another application, so I hope that answers your
But there is a
question.
mechanism.
Yes.
Yes, there's a
Yes.
process in
It's an
place.
ordinance.
So, when we're doing new construction,
So, new construction,
so somebody's building a new house, and they
So-
want to put a solar system on it to sell it.
they have to wait 12 months for their 12 months usage.
But nobody's bought the house yet, because they're not gonna sell it without the solar system on it. So now people can't build a spec house with a solar system on it without having somebody occupy it for 12 months first?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
this is an issue that's gonna come up.
This
And why
already
was
have
it
come up, and
before?
we've already told them, no, they could not have solar until they have a 12 months usage.
Really?
Yes,
So
sir.
now you wind up, you wind up retrofitting, whereas it would be cheaper, it would be more economical to do the installation right up front when you're doing the building. Say somebody wants to, use one of these Tesla solar roofs. So what are you gonna do, come in and tear your roof off after a year and put a new roof on? All right? The other
You're
thing is...
hypotheticing all
Now,
this.
then the other thing is that putting in a larger system to begin with costs less than coming in and adding on to a system afterwards. All right?
This is supposed to
Now,
be a win-win.
okay, yeah, like it or not, renewable energy systems are coming. We are seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. All right? They are making wind generators that you can put on your house that are cheaper than the solar systems. All right? all utilities see this coming. And I personally don't want TRC to be the only electric utility in the country that puts a limit on the size of a system that you could put on your house. It makes us look old and antiquated.
I don't care about the rest of the world. I care about our customers, this community.
Yes.
I don't care if we look bad to them. Why is that important? Why is
You
that
want
important?
people, you
That's
want
what-
people to move, you want people to move to this city? And you're gonna tell them, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that? And they say, well, I wanna move to TRC and put solar on my house. And you tell them it can only be so big. And you can't put it on until you've been here for a year and have the usage to justify it. And then they will turn around and say, okay, I'm moving elsewhere.
My next door neighbor bought my neighbor's house. They're new. They moved here. They, put in a solar, and they haven't been here a year yet. But yet they went down and Bo, I'm sure, or whoever, went through and looked at the billing, and they put in a 17-panel system right next door to me without even being there a year. So
Well,
what you're
that's-
saying is not true. And
I don't know.
there is a mechanism saying that if I want to put an electric car, I'll go strictly electric, there is a process to do that, to upgrade your system to manage that. Now, I still think it should be 90%, and I think that if you want to reconcile your bill annually, I think you could do it once a year, and that should be fine. Because the systems, as you said, are supposed to be set up so they don't have anything. It gets used over the summer, you produce it, and then you use it. That's an average. So, this once a month is not, that's, and I think I don't want that check every month, okay? I would like to be able to choose when I want to do it, like I did when I left Denver. I closed my account with my utility company, they sent me a check, because I was moving. I could have done it any time during that period. All I had to do was request it, but I had to request it. So this automatic, once a month, I think is a burden on our utility office of financials. Even if it is electronic, it's still, that check's gotta be printed, that costs money. That check's gotta be mailed.
Make that point. If somebody's receiving checks for over a generation, obviously they're in violation of City Ordinance 664, saying you can only have 90%, thus giving some teeth to this ordinance and allowing this electric department to go up and remove some of that generating surface area by putting some paint on it or something, would make this a moot issue.
Yeah, the fact is that, again, we're looking at the accounts in the Cycle A, where there are a number of solar producers, and there are systems that were set up, and they are producing more than the customer is using.
So we can
And I don't know how they were approved by the electric department, but they are overproducing.
Yours
So
wasn't
let's do like
approved
that,
because you were
let's go
putting
ahead and
it
move
toward the
everybody down
ordinance.
to 80%, so nobody does overproduce.
Or get rid of the limits altogether, welcome it with open arms as a new source of electron revenue and a new source of electrons until Four Corners, and those people, sorry, we don't need as much as your juice anymore, we're gonna rewrite a contract where you guys don't get as much because we are producing here at home by our solar generation, which will cost us nothing in overhead.
But at nighttime, what are you gonna do?
Well, there'll still be power plants making electrons for us to buy, and we'll be buying them at a higher rate, so people will have more interest. And how do I save this electrons I make? Just associate in the hydrogen,
that's
store the
good.
hydrogen and regenerate it.
And when that happens, but till then, there's gonna be, the bottom line is gonna be electrical has to be there to give you power.
Right.
Okay, well, all right.
Somebody has to pay for that.
Okay, we've been hammering on this. Before we spend any more time on this, I would like to call for a vote to see where we stand, all right? And I would ask, of everyone here, how many people agree that we should do away with the 90% limit? Everyone. Just by saying, anyone who's in favor of doing away with the 90% limit, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. So the vote is 3-2 against
Yeah, and
getting
that's
rid
not
of the
official.
90% limit.
That's not a,
Okay.
So now that
So
we've
that-
gotten rid of that, are we gonna put some teeth to that 90% limit?
Well, all right. If we are not getting, if this board, it is this board's decision to not do away with the 90% limit. Therefore, any further discussion on this ordinance is really unnecessary at this time.
there's a second part of this.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
All right? No, we are not,
Because of, what's the word I want? When there's errors, a snafu in our utilities department. And that's happened. It's happened with the electric meters. It happened with the cut of the system. If they put a new system in, that was screwed up for a year. That's snafu. Hey, I'm talking just like you were talking, hypothetical. There's a problem. And I think
Oh, you just got your way.
if there is
It's
a
not what I'm talking
problem,
about.
if the problem, any problems with the billing system are irrelevant to this discussion. The purpose for this ordinance was to do away with the 90% limit. This board, by a vote of 3-2, has decided they do not want to do away with the 90% limit, so end of discussion. It's a dead issue. Okay?
So now the issue is, how do we enforce this 90%? How do we deal with people
That
who
would-
overgenerate and demand to be paid? Because
So-
that's where it's gonna go.
So,
And if
that,
more people get more systems and more people cheat on their
Okay.
systems, yeah.
that is not on our
I
agenda
know.
for this week, but I would ask that at our next meeting, we have a report from the electric company detailing one, how solar systems are approved, how that production is calculated. Second piece of information, how many of the solar systems have produced more electricity during the year than they have purchased,
as the date of
And-
the ordinance.
anything installed after the date of the original ordinance was passed, right? Because there were a couple before that,
You and I.
right? Okay.
So are we
And-
making an official, motion on
Yeah,
this
are you making a-
item?
Okay, let's make it a motion to put on, to have a report on our next meeting on, one, how the proposed solar installations are assessed and evaluated before they're approved, and how many of the solar systems that have been put in since the ordinance was passed, how many of them are producing more electricity than the customer is using? and then, okay, we'll leave it at that, and then we will discuss possible actions
Is there a second?
No, wait, I'm like, amends to your motion, that people who are on budget billing it's gonna affect them, because they're paying more, because it's an average payment.
No, I'm not talking about payment, I'm talking about kilowatt hour production, period, all right? That's got nothing to do with budget billing.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second, and do you want me to do a roll call vote?
I don't think we need a roll call vote on this,
Okay.
so do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Did you include the financial?
No.
Department?
No, this is just as I stated.
Okay.
All right? Okay, so it's passed unanimously.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think that concludes
Did you ask for a
that
vote?
discussion.
You did?
We had a vote, yeah, we voted that,
Okay.
3 out of 5 decided not to change.
Oh,
it,
that
so-
wasn't a motion. That was not a motion. The motion you just made,
Okay, that's a-
seconded by Gil, and I didn't hear us say who's in favor and who's not in favor.
Okay, yes, we did. Okay,
Okay.
the motion, we have a motion to get the report on the solar customers and that process from that we had, okay? Now, we did have a vote on who was in favor of, who was opposed to, or who was in favor of getting rid of the limit, and the board voted there, 3-2, that they did not
That
want
was
to.
not a motion, George.
So what are we gonna do? Make a
Oh, do we
motion that
need-
we continue on with what we've already got on the books?
Okay, well, do we want to do that again as a formal motion?
Do you want it as a formal one? Because I thought it was a hypothetical one.
Yes,
because
okay.
it
that's
wasn't.
what you said.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
No, but
Let's
you
go
made a
ahead.
motion,
All right.
and that motion is,
Okay.
could be voted on, because it
All
got
right.
seconded.
All right. So, we will revisit that issue, and we will do this as a formal motion. I will make a motion that we continue with the process of amending the ordinance with the intent to eliminate the 90% limit on solar systems. And Jeff second,
Okay,
okay,
I'm gonna do a roll call.
all right.
Wait a minute, I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, this is the same question we asked before. That was a hypothetical question. I am now phrasing the same question as a motion. As a motion. All those in favor, I make the motion, all those that are in favor of continuing with the amendment to the ordinance to get rid of the 90% limit. All right? That is the motion.
Okay.
All right?
It was seconded by
And
Jeff.
seconded by Jeff. All
Okay.
right.
George Spaghetti.
Aye.
Jeff Dornbush.
Aye.
Juan Pecor.
Nay.
Gil Alvarez. John Armijo.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's a dead, according by formal motion, it is a dead issue. Okay. All right. So, next item, exemption of trash pickup for seasonal residents. You brought?
So this was an item that was brought up by Jeff previously.
Oh, okay.
At the request of the mayor or on the street commissioner?
So is this something that the board is wanting to look into? I put it on here because I know that it was brought up before. I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on if you wanted to move forward, and if you did, I could recommend the steps that we would need to take.
Okay. Yeah, the whole purpose would be to make some mechanism for people who are part-time residents to not have to pay this for generating trash that they didn't have to wood. So if we could come up with an ordinance, opt-out for seasonal residents.
Okay, so what I would recommend on this is, maybe you guys pick maybe one member to maybe get with, Andy, and then, who else would you recommend? Maybe the utility office to get?
Yeah, I think it would be a combination of utility and solid waste, look at, what the existing contract is, the annual increase it may have, what the, implementation of, if we take away those fees, how is that gonna impact the solid waste budget? How is this gonna be regulated? Because even people that aren't there generate trash. They may be gone, but somebody goes and maybe cleans their yard, or, how do you regulate really there who's not there, but who's an Airbnb? I mean, there's a lot of
Take the rollout
things.
away.
That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, you take the rollout away. That will guarantee they don't generate
So you
any
take
trash.
the rollout away, but I guess the concern to look at, or things to look at is, if you take that away, and they are an Airbnb, or somebody's going and cleaning their yard, where is that trash ending
But
up?
see, Airbnbs aren't gonna be temporary part-time residents. It's gonna be a full-time residence if you're renting it out to somebody else.
No,
That's
no,
not
no, I
gonna
have,
meet the criteria.
I have Airbnbs that we've approved that are some people that are snowbirds, and during the times of the year that they're not here, they have the option for people to go in and rent their places when they're not in.
In other words, they will be generating trash and they will not be eligible for that.
Right, I would say that, yeah, if you're generating trash, even if you're not there, but you're renting it out to somebody, that doesn't exempt you, so you're not eligible.
Yeah,
You're only eligible if nobody's living there.
Yeah.
And then that's the only purpose for it. I mean, it's not some way for people to get around paying trash. Everybody wants to pay their bills, to be honest. But, if you're not there and you're being charged for a service that you're not generating any need for, it's like, charging people for excess electricity they didn't use. You can't do that. So, just because you have a dumpster there and nobody there generating any trash, how is that gonna hurt the city that they don't have to haul any trash from that residence? It's not gonna impact the city. What's gonna impact is the people paying the bill, who have to pay this bill for a service they're not receiving because they're not generating trash because they're not here.
So what would you consider a snowbird, 6 months out of the year, 9 months? I mean, those are
I
just
would
things
do
I'm
it
saying.
by individual basis. If somebody says, I'm not gonna be here from the month of August till November, fine. So there's 3 months there, or 4 months that you don't have service, and you're gonna have they're gonna come and take your rollout. And then when it's time, you'll come and they'll put the rollout back, and maybe you have to pay a little bit of a service fee for the inconvenience of somebody having to pull the rollout. But it wouldn't take any skin off the city. It wouldn't hurt their bottom line.
Right,
because-
no, what I'm saying is these are just things that need to be looked into and checked into.
Oh, I agree, yeah, there's probably things I don't understand that are there that would totally make this a moot thing, that would,
Yeah.
but,
If we have something, maybe if you, I don't know who you guys wanna, appoint to do that, but if you can get maybe with Andy and maybe Sonia, and maybe you guys can get some documentation together, because if you guys have something in front of you, that might be easier to make a decision or a recommendation on to the commission.
Okay,
Okay.
and while we're here and actually on the subject, I would like to see our solid waste eventually go to a pay-as-you-throw system, where they would weigh the polycart as the trash is picked up. And you would get, say, 100 pounds of free trash, 100 pounds of trash per month, and that's just a figure, I'm just throwing it out there.
You know how much more that would cost?
I'm just saying, you would get an allowance of, say, just to throw a figure out, 100 pounds of trash a month, and then if you have more than 100 pounds of trash in a month, you pay so much per pound extra for being picked up. Now, how that affects this is if you are not here for 3 months, you're not generating any trash, so you would then get a credit if you have zero trash pickup.
But we need the tooth fairy to give us a truck that will weigh the trash first.
Plus,
Yeah, I guess, Chairman,
plus
members of the board,
manpower.
keep in mind that that would be probably 3 to 4 trucks that they have active out there for polycart.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're just speculating on a hopeful
But that's
promise that people like myself who generate 2 little bags of trash a month don't have to pay $28, so I could easily take that to Las Cruces myself for less money.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I just wanted to throw that in, that it's maybe something that you can discuss. I know we had, okay.
Seeing you brought that up and we're talking about polycarts, it's come to my attention that some mobile home parks and RV parks where the renters are paying $29.97 for trash removal, which is the price of a polycart. But yet, they don't have polycarts. There are dumpsters in their parks.
Okay.
Okay?
That's a separate issue, yeah.
That's a lot of stuff involved.
Well, we're talking
Okay.
about polycarts.
And, so, okay,
But
well,
not
no.
using, he made the comment about not, you're
Okay.
paying for something you're not using.
Okay, all right, I understand, but that is a separate issue, and there's a lot of things that, we don't know the particulars on
I
there.
can give you more
If you-
particulars because I did some
Okay,
research.
not
Yeah, but
now.
you don't like it,
All right,
get out of here.
then I'm requesting it be on the next agenda.
We can't control that.
Chairman, members of the board, I can probably answer this question really easy.
Okay,
An RV park, mobile home park, those are all private property, and how the individuals within that park are charged are up to the property owner. Some of those RV parks choose to pay a commercial rate, and their trash fees are included maybe in a resident's rent. Some of them do not want to pay trash for their residents at a commercial rate, so each one is charged individually as if they had a polycart, regardless of whether or not a polycart can be put in that park. Some of those parks are not accessible to a truck to go through and pick up each individual polycart. So a dumpster is provided, the amount of dumpsters provided are equal to roughly the amount of polycarts or the amount that would be held in a truck polycart.
Okay, but there's more to that.
Then that's
I
something,
did some
have you talked to
research.
Andy? Have you talked to our solid waste director about that? Have you asked him? I mean, I
Andy?
think that's the
Yeah.
question, is to have
That
you
would
guys
be-
reach out to the directors to ask some of these questions
yeah,
would
That
really
would-
be helpful, because you might get your answers before it comes to a board meeting,
right.
and then, comes into something like this.
Yeah,
And
that
reach out to
would be
us.
my advice to you also. Talk with Andy, show him the information you have, and he may be able to straighten that out for you, okay?
And another reason for that too is, even though you might be asking us here that you might want something, we might not understand completely what you're wanting. So if you know exactly what you're wanting and you go to Andy, then you might get a better answer out of him than if it would go through a third party kind of ask the question.
All right, so the answer to that is that Jeff will talk with, Andy and Sonia, and will report back to us, and report back to us whenever, at a later date, whenever you're ready, okay? Okay. Item 5C, type of report from each utility department. I have a preliminary list here that I printed out that we can amend, and it gives us something to, someplace to start.
Thank you.
So, give everybody a chance to
We'll
look
get
through
one.
that. Yeah. And I have, Okay.
This is something we're looking for from the city?
This is the, we were talking before about getting quarterly reports from the different utilities. Right. All right. And this is broken down by the 4 departments and the utility office. And I think I have things, the appropriate things in the appropriate, appropriate utility or office. Yeah, you can, yeah, this is the preliminary list. Feel free to add to it, or if you think something on here is not necessary, you know, you can comment to that. But we were asked at the last meeting when we discussed this for a more, a detailed list. And this is what the goal here is to have a finalized list that we can give to the departments. And then, say, starting in, and maybe in June, we would get the first quarterly report.
The only comment I have is that, and it probably doesn't really belong here, is why the utility office is not promoting budget billing.
That is...
That's a win-win situation.
Okay, it's irrelevant, I'm
Yes,
sorry, you know,
I said that.
all right, yeah. That's, see, that is something you can take up with the city manager personally, and,
I have.
the city, yeah, okay, all right.
Chairman, members of the board, would you have any objection to me also meeting with the various departments on this?
Yeah.
Just to ensure that we are requesting the correct information from the correct departments.
Right.
So, I mean, I know you guys, the information that you want,
Yeah.
but that each individual department may, some of it may just be generated best straight from the utility office versus the
Well,
individual.
that's true, yeah.
Okay.
What I am looking for at this time is a agreement on a list of items for that report. And then, you know, the utility offices, each of the offices would then determine how best to present that information. If we have our first quarterly report in June, that gives them 3 months, you know, to put things together and tweak it, to come back to us with questions or possibly samples, you know.
If you're wanting to do them quarterly, would it be beneficial to maybe do that first report in July? If we're doing a, you know,
So
January,
that,
February,
yeah,
March?
so you're right,
April, May,
yeah,
June.
July would be, yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much comes together every month.
Right, that's what I'm basing it on. I've added a few things on there. And I was thinking maybe for the July report, that, we could have things like we can get the new rate sheet from the utility office during the July, you know.
What kind of department heads when it is, comes to pass, we might have actual meetings, where you guys present their own departments.
Right, yeah, that's the idea, is they would come in and present their own information. what do we have here? Water leak update, yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So what I would like to do is, and if anybody else have any other, suggestions, ideas, I'd like to consolidate them.
During the summertime, I think the wastewater department, people used to ask me when I was still working for the city, and they'd like to know about the compost.
The compost? Yeah, yeah.
Free.
Yeah.
But they wanted to know when it was available, and that person used to say, well, yeah, we got X amount ready now, whatever.
I think that's something that should be advertised on the radio regularly. Yeah, you guys need compost? Go down to the wastewater plant, they got a lot.
Yeah, and that is good stuff.
And it's also my understanding that with the new system we have in, they may not be producing as much compost.
Which means it's of a better quality.
The solid waste
And if we can
give
get
a
the
report
solid-
on recycled items.
If we could get solid waste to get a grinder for the wood products mixed with our sludge, we would be having a commercially viable product. that we
I know,
could-
and
Yeah.
Andy's been looking to get a better chipper for a while now, yeah. Okay,
We should get-
I have additions to, this, that for each of the, 4 departments, that we add the, equipment status, any issues that they have, equipment that needs to be replaced or repaired, that, on the, effluent use, the clarification in there is how much of the effluent is reused. I think that was my intent, but,
Because it's not just on a golf course, it goes out on dirt yard roads and stuff.
right.
all over the place.
And then we add information on the compost from wastewater. And then adding a water leak update to the water department.
Just to find out.
Yeah, and, there is, I was gonna save this for the reports, but, Jesse Cole took myself and Commissioner Aragon out last week for a, kind of a tour, and showing, but he filled us in on a lot of what was going on with the water leaks. And they have had headaches. They have had headaches.
Question for the staff or city manager. What is the status on the USDA water line replacement project? Are we on schedule to start breaking ground?
Is that, how about if I do that during,
Let's do, report from staff.
Okay, we are out of order on
All right,
anything.
yeah, you're out of order.
Welcome to my
Okay, so I have the list, and,
So you
Let's-
update it and get it to us, or?
okay, I've got it right here, okay, and I'll explain it
You
to
want
you.
to email it to us?
Well, yeah, we'll have her printed. Okay, what I would like to do, we have the report as stated. We've added water leak update to the water department. Effluent use has been clarified to say how much of the effluent is used. A report on compost availability. And then, equipment status, for each of the 4 departments have been added. All right, and I would, just to keep it straight, I'll make a motion that we approve the list as stated here, and that we, pass it on to the, city manager and the departments.
Don't forget the recycling materials.
Recycling totals and revenue, that's on there, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right. So,
Need a second?
I would make that motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have 2 seconds.
Either way.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes, and here it is. And I'll go over that with you after the meeting, just to make sure you understand the changes. Okay. All right. New business, change PUAB meeting time. Okay, this was brought up. I do not have any issues with the current time, but I thought, Ron, was that you?
No, I brought it up.
Oh, you brought it, okay.
And I'm bringing it up in consideration of the people who have to work for a living, who work for the city, and don't really want to be here because they don't get overtime for this. So could we do this during business hours? So that when they come to give our reports, they're not waiting to get home. Is there any problem with doing it during business hours?
I think that's a direction for the board to take, and then it would just have to coordinate through the city clerk's office on whether or not the building is open, I mean, for what other meetings that we may have.
As of right now, when I looked at the calendar, there's nothing else that will conflict with it if you guys choose to do it during the day on the same set day. So I think it's just up to the board right now if you guys want to change it to another
You guys
time or...
know what it's like to have to be dragged to a meeting.
Didn't bother me.
Didn't bother you.
Not at all.
Burned me up.
I didn't know I had a choice.
Well, I think the whole purpose of having this in the evening was so that business people could
That's
attend
what I
these
thought the
meetings.
purpose was.
But since we haven't had very many business people coming to these meetings,
Nobody.
right, so most business people will be able to take an hour off in the afternoon if they really need to once a month to come to the meeting, so I don't see where we have to do it in the evening. So I would like to see this moved up to like 3 o'clock or 3:30 or something, so that at the end of the day, on once a month, the city people can go home like any other day and be off the clock and not have to worry about how long is this meeting gonna last, like, do I have to sit here for this whole thing, whatever. It's a consideration for the working folks.
Try it out till we get backlash from the private sector, and then we'll meet again.
Tracy, were you going to say something?
I was just gonna say, if you guys were taking into consideration the overtime issue, do remember that some of our departments, utility-wise, start at 6 or 7, so their end of day is at 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon. So, if you're wanting to avoid the overtime, you
Yeah,
might
well,
look
I'm
at it.
willing to work with it. I mean, I just don't wanna do it at 8 in the morning.
Agreed.
So whatever would be best for everybody is what I'd like to see. I mean, I'm happy doing it this time of day. It's just, I don't want to have, 3 utility people sitting here going, well, they could be home enjoying their time off. Or the city can pay them for their time here, and it wouldn't bother me a bit either.
Is this something maybe you guys want to think about, or do you guys have anything in mind right now?
Well, when the city commission moved their meetings to the mornings, they got a lot of flack from people who said we can't attend or listen to the meetings because we are at work. And the thing is that the people that our normal audience are retired, and it would not make any difference to them. But there are other people who work during the day who may not be able to get here if we had. That would be my primary concern. But personally, I can be here anytime later than 8 in the morning. Yes, it makes no difference for me, but I think the people we need to get input from are, one, does staff consider this to be a hardship to come in the evening? If nobody on staff, if it doesn't bother anybody on staff, then it's a non-issue.
Right.
Okay? And then the other thing is, I would like to hear from the people that like to monitor the meetings, as to whether it would place a hardship on any members of the public who regularly, right.
What time is Ron Penn take a shuffleboard?
Chairman, members of the board, something also to consider is that the city commission is in the process of hiring a new city manager.
Right.
So it might be something that you might want to wait until after we have new city management. He may have different direction or different ideas, so.
Are they willing to pay you guys extra money?
Yeah. But, yeah, and if we could, at least, put a feeler out to the departments.
Yeah.
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 Is there anybody on staff that considers it a hardship to come in in the evening? We can have an open bar or something. I think I need it after.
Meaning swimming.
Yeah. Okay.
I make a motion that we have an open bar.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, I think it's a good idea. I would like to hear a little feedback from staff on that, and then give those that are not here the opportunity to voice. Okay. Comments from the board?
Yeah, I do. I've been looking to see where I can find where it says that solid waste had to be increased every year by 5%.
Yeah.
And I didn't find anything in the USDA. And then I heard maybe it was the contract between for the people who haul the solid waste down. And I found an error in here. The contract said the cost charge transferred, now this was done, it was signed by Morris on June of 2020. And it says wherefore, and then item 2, the cost for transferring the disposed service will remain at $49.87 per ton through January 13, 2020. Should be 2021. And I have a copy, I was gonna give it to Tracy.
Okay, well, I can answer that real quickly. The annual increase in the solid waste charges was voted upon as an ordinance by the city commission, and that's why it's there.
Right, I know that.
All right.
But I was getting information saying it was dictated by our contracts from, I
That
understand
information
that,
is wrong.
and I found that okay.
All right, okay, okay, thank you. Anyone else? I've got a few things to say. Anyone else have anything?
I think I covered most of it when we were asking questions there, and if I have any more questions, George, I'll get hold of you.
Okay, I said I mentioned the trip with Jesse earlier, so, as I mentioned before, I sat down and we went through the Cycle A billing with Sonia. I sat at the desk with her, watched her go through the process, and everybody knows there's been a lot of hiccups with the system, been a lot of complaints on it, and my intention, I was trying to get to the root of where the problem is coming from, Is it the meters and the metering software? Is it something else and all that? Okay, so we went through actually importing the data in from the system. Okay, the water meters, anything that's manually held, all of that information is put into these little boxes.
Handheld.
And little handheld devices, and that's downloaded onto their server. Okay, information from the AMI meters goes to its own server, and it is recorded there. When they do the billing, they draw that information from the AMI meters and from the handheld that's been downloaded. They pull all of that over, and it gets input into Tyler, and then Tyler generates the bills. All right? And from what we observed, the main issue is that Tyler is not handling the information correctly. Tyler is actually aware of this. It's been presented to them, and they are working on fixing the issue.
There's a snafu.
Now, one thing that happens that this is what I saw, when the bills are generated, it generates a list of, errors in which we have to correct before, before it can go forward. But there's also warnings, unusually high or low usage, things like that. The thing is that out of the 1,700 accounts in Cycle A, there were over 1,000 warnings. It's really picky. But what Sonia does is she's able to sort through these, and look like, well, what are the biggest anomalies? And you address the biggest anomalies. There are other things, because differences in the weather and your electric bill, things like that come up. But then she goes through and looks at those, and particularly looking for residential accounts that have really big numbers. For a commercial account, like Walmart, they use a lot anyway. But if a residential customer comes up in that high area, she pays particular attention to those, goes in, looks at it. She can go back, query the AMI system immediately, and it has daily records on electrical usage, so she can go back to them, at any time in the past to find out what was going on. All right. Now, one of the things that happens is and Tyler has made some adjustments to the software, and it has somehow thrown an unusual number into certain accounts. So when the report comes back on that particular customer, there is like a meter reading on there that was generated when Tyler did tweak the software, and it's got nothing to do with what that person actually used. And if you don't catch that fact, the person may get a bad bill because this number was inserted into the system without the utility office doing it. So that's one source for these errors. Again, and there are other issues with the way that Tyler is processing the data. And if they are working on that, we did find, interestingly enough, we did look at one account, and it was the water reading. And the water reading was high, and it had increased like 3 months in a row. It had gone up to the point where now it was really, and I said, well, this is something we need to be sending a water department out to check for possibly a service line. Again, these types of things are flagged, but it takes, by far the most difficult part of doing that billing is wading through that and looking for anomalies and possible errors. And if there's like a 20% discrepancy, we need 50 people down there working full-time to check out every discrepancy that comes out. So if somebody says, well, my bill is 20% higher than I think it should be, well, we don't have time to investigate that as a routine. If a person has a problem, they can call up and they can check and they can double check their readings and all of that. But The other thing I want to report on, as much as our customers complain, if they were dealing with PNM or some other private utility, we would have a much larger number of red tags and discontinuations of service. Our utility office is way more lenient with customers and past due accounts than any private utility would be. She showed me the figure, and this is something that I think, we do need to be more strict about, because there's something like, we have $218,000 in past due utility bills. That's not the way you do business. There are, and we discussed one particular customer that every time they go to, it reaches a critical point where they're going to do something with it, the city backs off. We cannot, there are hardship cases. I'm not talking about hardship cases, but there is a, couple of chronic issues. One individual, I think Bo probably knows who it is, won't let anybody in the yard to read the meter, chronically late or chronically delinquent on their payments, being a total, and with the new ordinance we passed years ago that demands, that says we have to have access to the property, this person should have been taken to task a long time ago. Actually, Mayor Whitehead was in the office when we were talking, and my suggestion was that they needed to take this person to court. And I think, rather, in some cases, rather than unilaterally, like, especially if we have a problem customer, possibly filing suit against the person and letting the court make the decision on how to handle that might be better than, that's for unusual cases. I could talk with you later about it, Tracy.
I look at my planning and zoning stuff, and a lot of times the court may somewhat rule in our favor, but they remand it back to the city, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, might be other options we have.
Yeah, we have things that, that's
Okay.
nice.
Well, we've been here way too long. Yeah, any comments from staff?
Yes, I was gonna update Member Dornbush, Vice Chair Dornbush. I'll actually send you all out, I have a capital project sheet that I used at my last commission meeting, and I'll send that out. It's got an update on all projects, not just water, wastewater. It'll include everything in there. But we are between 90 and 95% complete on design for the downtown water. So we are moving through. We're hoping at this point, as long as we get through all the approvals at the USDA level, to hit construction no later than fall. So that's our goal. Now, do keep in mind that in federal, since this whole COVID, they have not been in their offices. They have been working from home for over a year now. So it does take a little longer to process through that. But I'll send out my capital project sheet, list every project, we've got approximately 14 million going right now in various projects, grant, cash match loan, a little over 7 million of that is just grant only. And so that way, if you have any questions, just reach out to me.
Thank you very much.
All right, with that, I make a motion.
to adjourn this meeting.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Hey.
All right, you can stay. We're going.
Testing.
5:30 PM on Monday, the 17th of May, 2021. And I would like to call this regular meeting of the Public Utilities Advisory Board of the City of Truth or Consequences to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
George Sagati,
Here.
Jeff Dornbush, Ron Pecoric,
Here.
Gil Avalar,
Here.
Don Armijo.
Here,
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, first item is approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes, or can I have a motion to approve?
Under old business, we should be calling, I would think, talking about the polycarts and snowbirds. That's been on our agenda, but it's never been really addressed or followed up on. The pass-through or energy adjustment cost, that was brought up, and that's not been followed up on.
Okay, if those are,
And,
if they're on the agenda, we're looking
well,
at
that's what I'm
changes
saying, they
to it.
should have been on the agenda from past meetings.
Okay.
They haven't been, so the follow-up of that has not been done. And on old business of the item 5, maybe we just not here, but a report on the catastrophic utility forgiveness program. That's not on here either, but it's in the minutes from last meeting.
Okay, some
So
of
those things should be followed up on as
Some
a
of those things could be commented on during the reports. They don't always need a specific agenda item, but,
And if they're not carried over, a motion.
they should be carried over, and that's
Okay.
his.
all right, we will, if you want to, we will discuss this, any other items after the meeting, and we'll see about if they need to be added to a future agenda. So the question right now is, do we have a motion to approve, or does anything need to be deleted?
I make a mo-
go ahead.
I make a motion we approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, the agenda has been approved. The next item is approval of the minutes from last month's meeting. Give you a few minutes to look through in case you haven't done so previously.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved. Next item is comments from the public. Do we have anybody dialed in?
There's Susie.
Okay.
Susie, can you hear us? Susie, can you hear us?
Okay,
Her
I'll
mic's off.
I will open up the floor for public comment. I was gonna let our online go first, but since we haven't heard anyone else like to make a public comment. All right, come on up. Okay, I want to say, we will be timing it. I will say 3 minutes, at 3 minutes, and that time I expect you to quickly wrap up, okay?
Greetings, thank you, Ariel Doherty here in Truth or Consequences. I brought in this notice that we got in our utility, bills this month. We're a month running on solely the Southern Substation transformer. This is equipment the electric department has known well for some time that it's on its last legs. How smart will the smart meters be when it's just one extra electrical charge into the current confined grid to put us all into darkness? It is reckless and depressing after spending well over $1 million on the smart meters that the city is awaiting some grant to upgrade the ancient electrical system. Chairman Seghetti is shortly going to make a presentation about a newly recommended meter reading fee for so-called non-AMI customers. How such a recommendation is coming forward with zero input from those of us who will be especially affected by it, I find very disturbing. It would be a simple matter of courtesy for the Citizens Advisory Board to actually get advice from citizens. The current process and manner of this effort completely mitigate against this kind of participation and create contribution from citizens. Repeatedly, many of us ask for the list of other community members, also customers who equally are not smart metered. Are they going to be charged a non-AMI fee? If not, the city is practicing discrimination. As the utility department has already accepted my supplied photograph reading of my electric meter in the past, I see no reason why they cannot continue to accept such a monthly customer supplied readings. This kind of lack of trust or goodwill towards citizens is not a good sign of transparency and consideration that should exist from the local government. And I recommend for those of us who are willing to supply the utility department monthly accountings of our meters that the city make no additional charge on our monthly bills. I hope Mr. Seghetti and the rest of this advisory board will consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, and I just responded back to her that, and she confirmed that we are. So they're all good to go. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Why don't, your call, what would you like to do?
Well, Mr. Fenn's standing up already, let him go, and then we'll take Susie after.
Stand up many
Kathleen and
times.
Susie going on.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ron Fenn, 316 North Foch. There's two issues that I want to talk about. One of them is this charge for not having a smart meter. And I have sent you all a copy. I hope you've received them, the copies of my modified contract agreement, in which I agreed to pay a fee, not necessarily $50, certainly not $50, but a fee if I fail to provide the city with my meter readings on a timely monthly basis, as I have been doing for the last 3 or 4 months. And I will continue to do so, and hope that I don't have to have 2 meter readers and a police officer come to my house to read the meter the day after I read it and send in these readings. This is, as Ariel pointed out, a sign of total disrespect for people, and it has no place in a city where I'm trying to live, okay? I hope that, City Manager, you have a copy of this contract, and I hope that you folks will look at it and take it very seriously, because this situation is getting untenable as far as I'm concerned. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention, I also sent you copies of a utility billing proposal. I don't know if any of you saw it, but I would like to be put on next month's agenda to discuss this in full, because 3 minutes is hardly enough time to try to resolve problems with utility billing that are ongoing and have been going on for some minimum of 5 years that I've been following it. And this is serious. This is extremely serious, and it's a breach of trust in the city when people do not receive adequate invoices, and they need to be itemized, as I point out in my proposal. And I will work with the utility department if they would accept my help in developing the proper billing protocol that everyone should be able to read their bill and figure out where those numbers came from. And right now, nobody can figure out what's going on. And you're using blind faith to think that people are just going to pay the bill. And with the numbers of violations and overcharges.
3 minutes.
Okay, I would like to be put on next month's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finn.
All right.
Okay,
So
so
if
we
we
have Kathleen and Susie. Can you hear me okay? Deputy Clerk Dawn? Susie, do you have your mic on? Barely. Can you turn up your volume, please? How's that? Can you try one more time speaking?
Is it too loud?
Oh, no, that's great. Can everyone hear? Miss Susie?
Yeah, okay, go
Miss
ahead.
Susie, yes, you can go. You have,
It's not too loud?
no, ma'am.
That's good.
Okay, Susie Crow, 711 Copra. I would like you to please recommend that the utility change their policy to self-reporting for those of us who choose to keep an analog meter, and make us responsible for sending an image of our meter reading each month by email. I'd also like to see the policy that requires the utility employee to go out to read the meter removed, especially when you have a visual confirmation of the reading in a photo. It's an unnecessary waste of our taxpayer dollars to send 2 employees out to read a meter. The perception that gives me is that the utility employees don't have enough work to do, or that they need to reduce their staff members if they're sending people out for redundant information. If you can't eliminate the fees altogether, any fee that is imposed should be waived when the customer provides any form of self-reporting, be it photos by email or documentation sent or dropped off at the office. Just as a reference, my electric bill ranges between $25 and $30 every month. So even a $5 monthly fee represents 20% of my monthly electric usage. The New Mexico Statutes Chapter 62-8-1 on rates states that every rate made, demanded, or received by any public utility shall be just and reasonable. So how can a penalty that is twice my electric usage be considered reasonable? Please recommend the policy be changed to accept self-reporting and eliminate this onerous trip fee. Additionally, the 2005 Clean Energy Act was intended as an opt-out program. The phrasing stated that advanced technologies are to be offered. It is a violation of the intent of the law making AMI meters mandatory. Additionally, the New Mexico Regulatory Commission set precedent April 11th of 2018 by denying PNM any form of opt-out or trip fees as punitive and a hardship to customers. It is most certainly a hardship. In my opinion, any demand of extra payment to avoid having privacy, security, or health infringed upon within one's own home is extortion, particularly in light of the fact that microwave radiation, including that emitted by smart meters, is classified by the World Health Organization as a Class 2 carcinogen. Please take these concerns into consideration when you make your recommendations to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't believe we have anybody else. Well,
There's Kathleen.
she's she's usually just recording.
Okay, then I guess we're ready to move on.
Okay, right now, okay, go on to, old business. Okay. Setting a time and date for our, public workshop to discuss the revision of, the ordinance 664 on electric cogeneration. My schedule is pretty open, but it all depends upon, what our city manager can manage to squeeze into his schedule. So do you have any times that are better for you than others?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, how far out are you looking?
It doesn't have to be immediate. Well, the only thing pushing it is I know, Sonia has plans to, have the billing, format and stuff updated, and there is a charge in order to do so. And I would like to have all of this settled before she does that. So, because otherwise we'd have to go back and, make additional changes on it, which would cost us more money. So that's the only real, pressing concern, as far as time-wise on that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll adjust my schedule to accommodate you all. Your volunteers, you want to take that, very serious about your time. So I'll accommodate my schedule. I know Sonia's working on that as we speak, so it will be sooner than later, I guess.
So we would have to, come back to a formal meeting to discuss and, vote on any resolution. So, and sometime, it would have to be sometime prior to the next meeting.
Which is June 21st.
21st. So, if after the beginning of June, maybe that first week in June.
I'll actually be out of town then.
Oh, you'll be out of town.
On the second week?
Second week?
14th to the 18th?
Okay. We'll do it maybe at 5:30, maybe 5:30 on that second Monday. Is there anybody else using the room on 5:30 on Monday?
What's the 14th?
I don't have a schedule up for that. They normally meet on that second Wednesday.
That's Wednesday, but I'm talking about in the evening. Okay, why don't we set it it's tentatively for 5:30 on the 14th of June.
Which is Flag Day.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll put out notices. You can put a note in the utility bills as well, and I think we, for anything that goes out between now and then.
Because I know we'll have to advertise it.
And we'll have to advertise it, right? That gives us plenty of time, right? Okay, and I will have a red line, at least a preliminary red line on it available, to hand out at that time. Okay?
So you have to have 2 weeks' notice in the newspaper. So you got the 21st, the 28th.
Yeah.
And
we got lots of time.
Yeah, and the 4th. Those are all Fridays.
Fridays, yes.
So we got plenty of time that way. And then we'll put it on the agenda for discussion and action at the next meeting, the June 21st.
On June 20th, you're going to meet those June?
No, it's a public workshop.
Public workshop.
Right. Okay.
I want to put the results on that.
Yeah, and we will discuss the results, the comments from the workshop, and then we will actually vote on it, discuss and vote on it at the meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, 5, new business.
Just to go back, and I apologize,
it's a discussion action. Do you want to take a vote on this, or do you want me to?
I don't think we need to take a vote on it, do we?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Next item, new business, discussion update, water wastewater project updates. Ms. Alvarez?
Chairman, members of the board, at the last meeting, I let you know that once we had our new city manager in place, I would come back to you and give you guys an update on where we're at with all of our projects. And so I have brought in Alfredo with Wilson Company as they're heading the majority of all the water projects.
Yeah, and I'll step up there just so everybody can see me. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me. Alfredo Holguin, I'm with Wilson and Company, so we are working on a lot of water and wastewater projects for you. One of the handouts I provided today is the active projects. This is what we are currently working on. So that first project that we show on there, that's the citywide water system improvements PR. The PR was the preliminary engineering report. That's where we looked at the city system as a whole, evaluated the system, essentially the condition, where some of the shortfalls might be, and then made some recommendations for improvements. That one looked at the entire city as a whole. That one was funded through the Colonias Trust Fund. That one is actually, we're currently addressing the second round of comments from NMED, Construction Programs Bureau. They're the technical oversight agency on that project. And so we're working on addressing those comments, and that should be going right back to NMED for approval. The second project, also, and I guess maybe stepping back, these are all in what we call a planning phase. So the second project we have on there is the Municipal Water Improvements Phase 1 PR. As I mentioned, the first PR looked at the city as a whole. In order to go after USDA funding, we actually took that initial PR and trimmed it down into more of a manageable piece, a manageable project to go out for funding for USDA. That one has actually been submitted to USDA and has been approved. And so we are working through the funding application process on that particular one. The third item, the Municipal Water Phase 2, that was with the same intent, is to break up the citywide improvements into a smaller manageable piece as a second phase that would essentially follow up Phase 1 improvements through USDA. And so that one we did submit to USDA. We received comments. We're addressing those comments, and we are planning to submit that once we receive approval for the Phase 1 through USDA. We don't want to necessarily put something else in the works while we're working on Phase 1. We want to make sure we can proceed with that one.
Could you just quickly remind us what each of these phases included?
So the Phase 1 it's focused on operational improvements. So it's going to be a lot of transmission line replacement, distribution line replacements. So those are the main lines. Transmission lines are what actually sends water from like the Morgan booster station up to up to the cemetery tanks. And then distribution lines are within the city, are the smaller lines that actually distribute water to the residencies, to the businesses throughout the city. So Phase 1 is really focused on that. It's trying to address some pressure issues. It did also include some improvements and installation of pressure reducing valves. Those control the pressure throughout the city. Because you guys run on a gravity system, depending on where you fall within the city, you'll see different pressures. If we didn't have those PRVs, somebody near the tank might only see 30 PSI versus somebody kind of closer down to the river might see 150 PSI. So that's the intent. That's Phase 1. Phase 2 is additional distribution line replacements, kind of leading out from the main trunk lines, again, to improve better flows, trying to increase fire flow capacity, as well as I believe the Phase 2 included a northern well. So to add a well closer to the cemetery tanks that wouldn't necessarily rely on the booster stations here on the southern side of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. The next project is the Sanitary Sewer Asset Management Plan. So that one we're currently working on. That one was funded by NMFA. We have finished some initial Items like the IQ test, we've prepared a base map. We're using GIS to map the city's entire system. And I think the next thing that we have on the list is we've actually scheduled a meeting with city staff and the utility department to go over and fine tune the condition assessment of the system. So the biggest difference between the PRs that made recommendations to improvements is that the asset management plan does look at the system as a whole, but it identifies more of a condition for a long-term planning replacement, right? It's something that the staff and the city uses to try to plan for future improvements, future replacements, potential budgeting, I guess, if you will, as well. And then it allows you to also prioritize based on how critical a component is, right? A manhole or lift station down at the bottom end of the system is much more critical than a manhole up at the high end where everything starts, right? You're not going to see as much flow. So that's where we are with the sewer asset management plan. We are also working on a water system asset management plan. So this one is meant to mirror the sewer asset management plan. It accomplishes a lot of the same. It really looks at the system as a whole, identifies the condition, and then allows us to provide the information to the city so that they can prioritize future improvements. We are running both of those concurrently. So the meeting that we plan for the sewer, we actually plan to do the exact same thing for the water system and really start looking at the condition, meet with the city staff, with the utility department, and collect that information. The next project on the list, this one is actually in design, so we're moving from the planning phase to what we call a design phase. The design does involve preparing plan sets, contract documents, and tech specs. So the project up here in design is the drinking water system improvements project. That one involved water line replacement and some SCADA improvements on Marshall, North Pershing, 2nd Street, and Sierra Vista. As of now, that one is somewhat tied to the MSD project. MSD, as everybody knows, it is the larger project that's going on in downtown. A big component of that project is the SCADA system replacement of components and upgrades. So both of those are being coordinated. The drinking water project is getting ready to be submitted to NMED for their review and approval. Tentative construction for that one, as of now, is slated to start around December, and then go through March of 2022. The next project is the MSD water project. So that's the larger project here in downtown that's going to involve a lot of water line replacement, the SCADA system improvements. It also involves some improvements over at your Cook Street facility as well. That one is also slated to be submitted to USDA for review and approval here by the end of this week. And then construction for that particular project is slated to start around September of this year and go through September of 2022. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Does the downtown project include drainage?
So the specific MSD project does not include drainage. It's only a water system improvement. So USDA, they will only fund the replacement of the water, but we will be repairing the roads wherever we might disturb. I do believe there's additional funding that we've been helping with for MSD roadway project, and I believe that's going to be aimed towards more improvements to the roadway itself, and that which should incorporate some drainage improvements as well.
Yeah, that is a separate, yeah, I believe we've already obtained the funding for that.
Yes, we were awarded $1 million. It won't do all of the streets, but it'll do some. We're prioritizing.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you all.
All right, next item, electric pole replacement project.
Evening, Chairman, fellow members. So I'm bringing you a pole replacement project that we've been working on. Bohannon Houston is about 95% done with this project. It is in the final stages. So on y'all's handouts, sorry about the small picture here. There is one vital pole that we want to replace, and it's right here on 9th Street between Date and Pershing. It is a wooden pole that they will be replacing, and also replacing some conductor. If you want to go to our second page, so this two poles here on this page here is between Cedar and Date on 4th Street. We will be replacing these two poles, wooden poles, with steel poles. They will be self-supporting, so we can get rid of the overhead guys, and also replacing the conductor here. So on our third page here, so this is going to be a pretty good span here. So this is going to be where the old Andy's bar was, all the way down to behind the old barbecue on Broadway. On both ends, the west and east end, will be two steel poles, and then also replacing all the poles in between with wooden poles, and also replacing the old copper 4-aught conductor that is old, has the old cloth on it. It's pretty old. Be replacing the wood poles with all cross arms, braces, hardware. But this is going to be a pretty good project. I stand for any questions from y'all.
What's that conductor you're going to keep that up?
4-aught to 2-aught. And it'd be ACSR instead of the old copper. That one pole right there, right behind barbecue on Broadway, is going to be a steel pole. We'll get rid of that overhead guy that goes all the way down to Austin. Because it does have the 397 that comes across on Pershing, so it's going to be a pretty good sized pole for that self-supporting pole. So.
The 2-aught, 4-aught, is it stranded or solid?
It's stranded ACSR.
Stranded.
Yes, sir, with the steel core.
That'll handle more.
Is there gonna be any problems putting those metal poles in there with the groundwater in that area?
No, that's the thing, is they've already done their test drills and samples and everything, so they, Bohanna and Hughes got it pretty well straightened out. Shouldn't be though.
Hopefully not.
I know what we have to do, we pretty much use a vac truck and we'll suck out the hole, and then go ahead and have the pole standing up, and right away pull out the vac truck and stand the pole right in right away. So back in the day, you used to have to use 55-gallon barrels to keep the hole from falling in before they can stand the
The
pole.
water's still about 3 foot?
Yeah, 3 to 4 foot.
Okay, thank you, Bo.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, last but not least, recommendation of meter reading fee for non-AMI customers. All right, back when City Commission met on this issue, in order to get the system up and running, they proposed a value for the meter reading fee based upon the cost that Sierra Electric charges for a service call, which is $50. With the statement that, you know, this, just to get it going, something on the books, and we can adjust it at a later date, you know, if we wish to. At this time, I wanted to bring it up for discussion, look at what's going on, make sure everybody has an understanding of what's going on, and then if the board wishes, we can send a proposal forward to the commission on changing it. All right? Let me start out with just throw some numbers at you. I had discussed with City Manager Morris on another issue. It currently, for the complete cost per year of an average city employee with salary, benefits, insurance, workman's comp, all of that stuff, we figured that an average value of approximately $50,000 per person looks as a good average. We have about 2,000 hours in a work year, so you divide 50,000 by 2,000, that gives you an hourly rate of about $25. Okay, so we can use that as a basis for figuring labor costs. Okay, now we have two ways that these meters can be read. We can send a meter reader to the location, just as usual, and they would record the reading and report it as usual. And the second alternative, as was proposed, would be the customer would read the meter or send a photograph to the utility office, and then they would take that and then transcribe it into the system. Okay. This is a small town, so transportation times are not going to be exorbitant for a meter reader to go out there. But still, get in the vehicle, drive out, read the meter, get back. We're still talking probably half an hour to do that. All right. And because customers are still being billed on different billing cycles, we can't have the meter reader go out and read all of the AMI meters at one time because they may not all be on the same billing cycle. So we would wind up making separate slips for all of that.
The non-EMI.
Non-AMI, right, excuse me. On the other hand, and I sat with Sonia as she's gone through the billing once before the AMI and most recently since, when a meter reader looks at the meter, they enter the value in a little handheld device they have. All right. They bring it back down to the utility office, they plug it in, and the data is downloaded into the system. And then when they generate the bills, they just push a button, and all of that data is uploaded into Tyler automatically. Okay. If we were to have people send in photos or send in their meter readings, that would mean then that someone at the utility office would then have to go in and manually enter the readings there. So there would be an increase in labor time that way too. Not as substantial as that required by the meter reader to go out, but still it would be an additional task. The one thing I learned when I sat down with Sonia is that she has, there were 1,800 records in Cycle A that we looked at? Is that right? Okay. And the system does throw some flags out, things that need to be checked. And Sonia tries real hard to go through and find the most glaring errors, but she does not have the time to go through that entire list and check it the way it probably should be checked. So, errors do slip through, and hopefully they're only small ones, because she does have a way of filtering out the most significant errors. The last thing I want to do is put an additional burden on her because she hasn't got the time to do what she needs to do, as it is. So, that is kind of a negative aspect toward having people send in a photograph where she would have to go in and then, take that reading, and enter it manually. And as you know, on some of the old analog meters with the dials, they are tricky to read anyway. Now, again, when you go somewhere, have your car fixed or something repaired, where they charge by the hour, it's not unusual to have a minimum billing charge of 1 hour for labor. So there is that to be considered. And it is not unusual for utilities in other areas to have meter reading fees for those customers who do not have AMI meters as well. So it's not without precedent. Now I haven't been able to verify this, so this is anecdotal. But I was told that when a person with a relative in Pennsylvania, they have to pay $100 a month for a meter reading fee. I find that a little bit hard to believe, but meter reading fees are not unusual with utilities that have AMI meters installed. So I don't think it's unreasonable to have a fee because it does. We either have to have a meter reader or we have to take the time in the utility office to manually input those. And because it's the customer's choice to not participate, I think they should have to foot some of the bill. I think $50 a month is excessive. If we use $25 an hour for a labor cost and charging a minimum 1 hour labor fee, I do not think that is unreasonable. So my proposition would be to reduce that fee to $25 a month. All right. And with that, I would open it up for discussion.
I have a question. How many non-AMI meters are out there? How many? Seven. Okay. I think $50 is excessive also. But you try to get a plumber to come out to your house, it's $110 for him to show up.
Mm-hmm.
You want a mechanic to work on your car, it's $80 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get a haircut, it's $15 for 20 minutes. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think actually $25 is a charge. I don't know what it would time or cost per, well, you said 25 an hour, but that's taken in a lot of considerations for someone in the office to receive an email and input that number. I don't think it's worth $25 either. Okay? And if that's the way they're going to go, if they have to email a picture of their meter. The other thing is, if there's 7 of them, hopefully they're all digital instead of, the analog. So, I don't know, I thought maybe $10 would be more appropriate for someone to get an email and plug in that number. That's my thought.
Okay. While we're at it, Bo, are those all like residential customers that have chosen to opt out? All 7 of those? Okay. And the commercial customers, at one time we were not going to put AMI meters on some of those buildings. Has that issue been resolved?
So on the, excuse me, Chairman, Philip Member. So on the commercial, the reason why we didn't install any AMI meters in was the meter can needed to be updated.
Yeah.
So we have pretty much updated all the meter cans in-house, and they do have all AMI meters in there now, so.
Okay, well, that was, that was, I wanted to bring that
That was
up.
the only reason why there was ever said that some of the AMI meters wouldn't be put into commercial, because they still had the old style meter
Right.
can.
Right.
The new style AMI meter would not fit in it until we put the new meter can.
Yeah, well, I brought that up because, that information was out there, and I had heard some comments that we would not be charging these commercial customers a meter reading free, even if they didn't have those. But they have already been replaced, so
Yes.
that becomes a moot point.
Yes.
So now it is only 7 residential customers who have chosen not to have the AMI meters.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So whatever we decide, I assume we're going to lower the rate.
We will recommend.
Recommend that, somehow we have to give them a notice, and hopefully they all have emails and smartphones so they can, transmit that information.
Well, that becomes an issue there. What if the person does not have a smartphone
Or access to the internet. Or,
I think most people do, but there are a few customers.
yeah, I
And
don't
you
have a
can't-
smartphone.
You couldn't get my wife to touch a smartphone. So, so that would be an issue, that would have to be addressed. The other thing we would have to, we would want to set a deadline. If they are going to read their meter, they would have to know by what date that has to be submitted. And if it has not been received in the office by that time, then a meter reader would have to be dispatched. So then, at that point, any cost savings that you would have by, having Sonia do it, you would lose that because you would then have to dispatch the meter reader. So,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just for clarification, when you're reading out the options that were available, the self-reporting was one of those options. Are you saying that's in the ordinance?
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. Okay. This is just, one of the things that we
It's
can
a viable
consider.
option.
It is a viable. In fact, a number of years ago, that was back in Kansas, I believe. They did not have meter readers, a regular monthly meter reader. And this was back when everybody had the old dial meters. But the utility office gave us a stack of 12 postcards every year, and on a certain date, we had to go out, and because again, those things are tricky to read, all they had you do was put a mark on where the arrow was on the dials, and then you sent the postcard into the utility office, and at the end of the year, the meter reader would come out and verify that everything was in line. So self-reporting is not,
Yeah, I did that up in Thornton.
Yeah.
And I had to draw the little lines on it. But I sent it in religiously, and I never had a problem.
Yeah.
So but there's another step again.
Yeah, but again, then whoever is at the utility office has to decipher that and. Yeah,
Right. But if they're all digital, that's not an issue.
That makes it a
And
lot
if we
easier.
made sure that all 7 are digital, that would be not a problem then.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just my short time here, I found that the utility departments, the staff, are exceptionally talented and good at what they do. There have been a lot of issues, and a lot of it is inconsistency, in policy inconsistency. There were comments made in public comment about the electric department and the crisis that we're facing. These are not new issues to them. These are issues that they've been dealing with, and in billing, the issues they're dealing with. We talked about it in commission meeting, my first commission meeting here. They kept us informed. They know where the issues are. They kept us informed, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the leadership, not the executive group here, the leadership of the city historically. Whatever decision you make to recommend to the city commission, make sure that it can be applied consistently over time, not just with this 7 group. It's the 7 behind them. It's the 70 behind them that come up in the rears at some point. Consistency is where we're really struggling. The ordinance is the ordinance, and we have inconsistently from the leadership applied that. And I take full responsibility for that inconsistency. However, we need to make sure when you approve something, recommend it to the commission, it's consistent. And we can consistently apply it without a lot of extra effort, because as you pointed out, Chairman, they are busy. They are very busy. And inconsistency is leading to a lot of effort of operation.
Right. And that is a very good point, because, say you open up an email, copy, look at a picture, copy a number off and enter it, 5 minutes. Okay, that doesn't sound like much, but we have 7 customers, so that's 35 minutes now, and so Sonia has lost more than half an hour of the time during the day, away from, doing what she should be doing. And like you said, so we have 7 more customers, now she has lost an hour, or, a good portion of the day already, and say we have another 7, that can easily balloon. And the same thing is going to happen when we install the water meters. So even if it's only 7 customers on water and 7 on electricity, we've already taken away an hour, more than an hour of Sonia's time. And she does not have the time already to do what she needs to do. So again, that is, an argument, against the self-reading. If we had a system where everybody did self-reading and we were set up and staffed to do that, that would be something else.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't mean to imply that I want you to not recommend self-reporting. Particularly my first meeting here with you all. However, think it through clearly, and how it can be applied consistently, and then let the commissioners make the decision.
Right. And I wanted to bring that up because, I had not actually looked at it collectively, so that, rang a bell with me, and, we don't need to be giving Sonia anything more to do than she already has to deal with. And adding a half an hour, how long does it take you to go through and look at, if you were to do it the way you wanted it to do, not how long it takes you rushing through. Now, if you wanted to do it properly, how long would it take you to go through one billing cycle? Well, we have to, because if you spend too much time on something that's not necessary, it means that something necessary may be being ignored. So that's my point in time.
I would like to hear from Sonia if she has some idea or thought on how it would be best handled in the utility office. before we kind of make some kind of recommendation. Sonia, come up to the mic. You go, girl.
I think that, I can see both points. I know the time it takes for when I have to send the meter readers out, especially during billing, because if I see any inconsistencies, I call them, and they're in the middle of reading, they stop what they're doing, because billing comes first. So, I'm billing for cycle B, and they're out there reading cycle C. So, they have to stop what they're doing to go do what they need to do. As far as getting the emails, the pictures, or whatever, that's just a decision you guys need to make. I don't want to even think about getting cards in, because that's just too much. But, again, I work for everybody, so whatever you guys decide, I'll make it happen.
Anyone else? Bill?
I think she pretty much, the concerns that I had, pretty much talked about it. My concerns are that, it feel good in the world to say that you're going to sit down and in 30 minutes you're going to be able to do this. But then reality kicks in, because it's in any kind of planning that you have to do as a supervisor or anything, that you take this time out in the day and this is what you dedicate to. But you just as well know, just like you said now, if something comes in and they've got to send these guys off someplace else, a picture comes in, it's didn't print right, didn't come out right, and then now they're having to go back and read it, and it's still going to cost them, in an ideal world, you'll sit down, nobody will disturb you, nobody will be done. For that 30 minutes, they can sit down and do that, and it'll be done. But unfortunately, and these guys work smooth, but it never worked that smooth for me. So, somebody was always calling, needing something, wanting something, and like she said, you got to take off, handle that priority, and then come back. And it's not as simple as, okay, I can sit down, get on my phone, and start again. It's like, well, what was I doing? Where do I got to get? I got to get back on the computer. So, I can see where it could actually take. Some days you might get there, you might take 30 minutes. Another day you might get there, it may take you all day, it may take you 2 days to get it. So, I understand the consistency part that needs to be so that everything is the same for everybody at the same time, the same way, and so that it's easier on the personnel, on the public that are actually turning this stuff in and doing this thing. So, a lot to think about.
I'm thinking, how are we going to get these 7 or whoever plus sometime, the information we need to know their billing cycle, A, B, or C, I guess, and what their due dates are to have it read by, and if there's not, then here's the penalty. It's almost like we got to do each individual person and find out if they are capable of emailing a picture of their meter. But I'm game to say, a charge of $10 for them to read their meter, and if they don't read it by such and such date, whatever that to be determined, it'll be that $50 penalty, just like a red tag. That's what I'm thinking. But I think we need more information about the 7 individuals right now. And then after that, we can set the precedent for somebody who comes in and wants to put in a new meter and they don't want AMI.
Well, okay. If we make a decision just to send a meter reader out to everybody, that's a pretty simple situation. We don't have to worry about this ifs, ands, or buts, all right? If we want to allow self-reading, if a customer wants to self-read, then they would have to set that up directly with the utility department. I don't think that's anything we need to get involved with. We would just have to have a policy there. However, again, now you're mixing apples and oranges here. Some people will can self-read, some people don't. So you're still going to have to send, or we may still have to send meter readers out. And then if somebody is on vacation on their meter reading date, then then how do you know? Then you again. Sonia would have to look and say, oh, here's billing cycle A, and customer D has not sent in a thing, and it makes it more complicated. We will have this, that, and I don't know if we really want to get into starting all of those different policies and ifs, ands, or buts. I always like to keep things as simple as possible. And for seven cases, even for 14 cases or more, we can send a meter reader out. And when they go to the water meters, they can look at the water meter and the electric meter at the same time. Right.
It's not like we open a cycle and we just have 2 meters to do.
Right. Right.
And usually we have anywhere from 50 to 60, sometimes even more errors that we have to get straightened out. And usually, if they want to come through, they go out there and check out there. So, and then it's more than just a few meters and
Yeah, you had about 4 that you sent the reader out for in that short time I was with you that one time. So, yeah. The meter readers will be going out there to check on these things anyway. Now, at other times they will have other duties because they won't be full-time meter readers anymore, but they will still be going out and visiting the houses. And like I said, I like to keep things simple. If we get into the self-reading, we're going to have a lot of other things we need to talk about and policies and stuff. And I personally I don't want to put that additional burden on our staff. So my recommendation is that we keep it as a set fee. Everybody gets their meter read by a trained meter reader, and we do it that way. Minimize impact upon the utility department staff, and then just have a flat rate for everyone. And again, my proposal is $25 for that.
Is that in the form of a motion, Mr. Spaghetti?
If I can make a motion, and then we can still discuss it afterwards, yes.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I just think $25 is still too much. I understand it takes, I read off what a plumber and a mechanic and a barber and whatever. But gee willikers, and we don't need to send 2 people out. And we don't need to be sending out a big truck. They could all be driving Prius or
golf carts.
Golf carts. I suggested that a long time ago to read the water meters. Because we had golf carts out at golf course. I think $25 is still too high. I'm willing to say maybe $12.50 or $15. So, what do you guys think? Throw out a dollar number.
Well, it's kind of hard on my part because fortunately I never had the pleasure of reading the meters. but I've read the war stories, you know, one's in one guy's yard and you gotta go through and they gotta put the dog in the house so the dog don't bite you, and so, you know, it can be more involved than just running up and, you know, putting a thing to get the meter number in there, so.
I would like to amend, something I should have added to the motion. Okay, I'm not changing the number, I want to leave it right where it is. But, I want to amend the motion that the customer must provide, easy access to the meter reader to their property.
Well, there's already a code saying that if they're not, then they gotta get charged to move that meter.
Yeah, well, that's on the
And that's
code,
never
but
been
it's never been
enforced.
Yeah.
That should be a digital meter, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to add that or not. Oh, let's just go back. Let's keep it to the original. All right, I'll just make a motion that we have, all the non-AMI customers will have their meters read by a city meter reader, and they will be charged $25 a month.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have that motion on the floor now.
Okay, wait, that's been seconded. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, so that has been passed. I can present this at a city commission meeting whenever you can put it on the agenda, and we will let them further discuss it and make the decision.
We could have it on the agenda for next week. At that time.
Okay, yeah, it's simple enough, we can do that.
How come there's comments from the board and the members are not on the agenda?
Yeah. What if we have comments?
I don't have enough for that. Would you like to make one right now?
I'm just saying, if it's not on the agenda, we can't do it, right?
Yeah, well, but the next meeting, there should be comments from the board and from our members.
Yeah. Because there are often issues that come up and that we want to make, a few comments on, and that does.
I will bring it up.
And we bring that back, yeah. Well, comments from staff, usually those who are here have something to present, So I don't know if that's necessary, but I think we need to keep comments from the board on there, because there are, reports, things we have tripped over during the month or something that we would like to share, with staff and with the rest of the board, and not having that opportunity.
I'll bring back the message to the office.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you're going to have staff here for various aspects of the meeting. It would be very welcome to give them an opportunity to speak on some activities. They may not have anything, they may decline in a particular meeting, but extending that invitation to them, that offer, would be very appreciated.
Right. Okay. Yeah, there was an issue I wanted to bring up and mention to staff, but I can't.
It wasn't my fault.
All right, well, if that's the case, since we're out of topics, I have to declare this meeting adjourned.
Well, I was gonna make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Okay. So motion away. Motion. So we all make a motion toward the door, right? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Testing.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, we're live.
Okay. Oh, here we go again. It is now 5:32 p.m. on Monday, June the 21st, 2021. And I'd like to call the meeting of the regular meeting of the Public Utility Advisory Board of the City of Truth or Consequences to order. May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. George Sagadi?
Here.
Jeff Dornbush?
Absent.
Ron Pecori?
Here.
Gil Evelar?
Absent.
Don Armijo?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Okay, first item is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second motion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of May 17th, 2021, and the workshop from June 14th, 2021. I had a small correction that I've already submitted, spelling correction submitted to the clerk. Are there any other comments or changes? Or
I'll make a motion for approval of those minutes based on the changes submitted by Mr. Spaghetti.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? The minutes have been approved. All right, next item is comments from the public. And as usual, we'll go 3 minutes, but if you have to go a little bit over, we'll allow it. We won't cut you off straight at 3 minutes, but if you get carried away, we will cut you off.
I got it.
You want, you
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Just let them know when they're 3 minutes.
Do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak?
Okay. Ariel Doherty, Cabaya Road. Greetings. It's completely unclear to me, and I think it lacks some transparency, how this advisory board will proceed on making changes to Ordinance 664 on customer-generated renewable energy. And I would appreciate that the correct title be used henceforth. It hadn't been in some earlier documentation. Last Monday's workshop, a new fabrication erupted about why there was a 90% in the current ordinance. At that workshop, it was falsely explained to keep solar customers paying for electric department overhead. Hidden in the L total charge is an $8 fee that all customers are charged. Annually, this is over or approximately $375,000 is brought in from this $8 fee on each of our bills each month. And then there's also the overcharge on the energy cost adjustment line of over 4 cents a kilowatt hour. One other thing we didn't discuss last week was EV use in our homes. It's home use that should be allowed in whatever solar panel additions citizens choose to make on their properties. The 4 charging stations that the city has projected in a recent RFP will cost us citizens well over $200,000, but we'll never be able to accommodate the growth of the EV use that's coming down the road. Let's list all the benefits that solar citizens provide the city now. Extra power without transmission loss that could be sold to other customers. Purchased at the moment for nothing and sold at 2.4 cents a kilowatt hour. Extra kilowatt hours relieving an old and worn electrical grid. Less reliance on fossil fuels, a positive for the planet, and improved property values, which are certainly a benefit for the city. Last on tonight's agenda, I object to the reappointment of present members of this advisory board when one, the city does nothing to advertise and recruit new members, or barely anything. And two, as I have long complained about the PUB and other city committees, that the city is complicit in practicing sexual discrimination in violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1965. This board is supposed to be a citizens advisory board and should represent citizens, not almost wholly former workers of the department it discusses. This board needs new faces and new perspectives. Do some work in the community to outreach and recruit new members. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Ron Fan, 316 North Foch. In the packet that you received tonight, there's a number of documents that I was supposed to have presented on the 17th, but of course, there was no time to discuss these things. In this is a modified contract agreement with the City of Truth and Consequences Utility Department, and this is for my utilities. It is for my agreement to pay the city for what I buy and to be reimbursed for what I receive without a penalty for not having a smart meter or having someone come out to the house and read my meter after I provide that information directly with photographs to the city, which negates any value that the city would have in sending people out, especially sending them out with police, okay? I also put in there a utility billing proposal. This is like 14 or 15 points that are missing, 15 points, that are missing from our current billing procedures. One cannot, and I say that categorically, cannot figure out your electric bill from your bill. And this is totally wrong. There is no way that anyone, without going through 16 steps of looking for IPRAs and looking through codes and going back and forth, because the information that should be on a bill should be itemized, should be very clear, and everybody should be able to say, yes, A plus B equals C. This does not happen. Has not happened in a very long time. Simple dates that occur when the meters are read are never included. So we don't know how many days this is. Is it 35, 36, 28, 22? And these are evidenced in the billing structure, okay? But everything says 30 days. It's not 30 days. My bill last month was, I read it on the 30th day, and the city came out on the 33rd day and read it. Why? Okay? I mean, this makes absolutely no sense. And on top of that, this order that was done by the commission has been shot down by the Attorney General's office as being illegal. And no mention has been made that we're going to revisit this as he recommends and make it right, because there is no making it right. This was a foolish thing that was done, and, you know, all I'm saying is this needs to represent the people, as Ms. Doherty said, not the city utility. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Take your stuff, Ron.
Ron, your folder. Okay. Anyone else? Quite a few people here. Okay, is that it? Oh, is there anyone online that wishes to make a comment at this time? Okay, no response. All right. Let's go on to old business. Item A, discussion action, recommendation of reappointment for Don Armijo. When Before we get started on this, I do want to say that I completely agree with Ms. Doherty's statement on the board members, on reappointment of board members. We've been doing this rather incorrectly for a number of years. I brought this up with the previous city manager and gave him some recommendations on how, having a correct procedure for reappointment to boards. The city ordinances state that a board member's term is done in June. Okay? It does not say anything about sitting board members getting preferential treatment for being reappointed to the board. The way it is written allows for anyone else who is interested in sitting on that board to put in an application, and then they would compete with the sitting board members for those seats. I said at the end of that term, that seat is technically vacant, and allowing this continuous reappointment of board members. This is, after all, an elected position. We're elected by the commission, not by by a public vote, but it's still an elected position. And at the end of the term, anyone interested in that position should be given the opportunity to compete for that. All right. Now, we're a little late along in the process of this. These vacancies should be announced ahead of time. The announcement should go out to the public, and so that others who are interested can put their names in and compete for those positions. Okay. We've got a number of boards, PUAB included, that, where people just continually get reappointed over and over again, and other members of the public are not given the opportunity to break into the club. Like I said, right now we're late along in the process, but I would like to see this this changed, and Mr. Swingle, I will give you the procedure that I had presented to Mr. Morris previously, and hopefully you take that up with the city commission and kind of formalize that as an appropriate procedure to be used for all boards. Okay. So
I'd just like to let the board know that Angela does our office does advertise. We have been advertising for the last several months, and we haven't had for numerous positions.
Wow.
So we do advertise, so.
Okay. Well, okay.
It's in the legal part of the paper. And I did see it was in the June 18th paper.
Public comment is over. All right. No. Okay. If anyone has any comments or suggestions, they can forward to us after the meeting. But public comment was over a few minutes ago. All right. Now, with that, with that behind us, the business at hand is a recommendation for reappointment for Mr. Armijo. I would also ask, Dawn, have you received any applications or any applications for a position on this board? Has anyone come into the office and stated they would be interested?
I am unaware of anyone that has come in to the office to apply for the position, but I know we do advertising, and I can do further research to find out the exact dates.
Okay.
But no one, to my knowledge, has come in and applied for the position.
Okay. All right. So, then we would need a motion for, to recommend reappointment of Mr. Armijo to the board.
I make a motion to accept Don Armijo's application to the Public Utility Advisory Board.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Thank you, I thought that was gonna be kinda weird for me.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? Okay. Your recommendation will be forwarded to the city commission. Next item is the recommendation of reappointment for Gil Avalar. He has expressed his interest in remaining on the board. He is unfortunately out of town with a family emergency tonight, cannot be here.
Point of order. Were these two individuals, did they resubmit applications?
Yes, they did.
Yes, yes.
Why there was none?
No.
Other than the two that are on the agenda, but yes, I have signed copies.
So, I will make the motion to reappoint Gil Avalar to the board.
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So, his recommendation will also be forwarded to the commission. Now that the easy work has been done, last item, an old business, is recommendation for proposed changes to ordinance 664. The other board members were at the workshop. I don't think I need to summarize the comments and stuff from the workshop. And I will quickly summarize by saying that the information previously uncovered has shown that the municipalities, under state law, municipalities do not have the right to restrict the construction of solar facilities on private property, since the solar energy that falls upon that property is considered a property right belonging to the property owner, and it is theirs to do with as they see fit. And the other item that came up is that it has proven very difficult to accurately predict what a 90% usage would be for a given customer's bill. The formula that has been used actually oversizes the systems by a considerable amount, and so we have been giving approval to put in systems which actually produce more energy than the customers are using, and that is not the intent under the original version of this bill. So these two things need to be addressed and corrected. Now the proposal, again, the original proposal was to reimburse excess production on a monthly basis from a individual or from a cogeneration facility, and that reimburse that at the same rate as the retail rate for electricity. And that made sense if over the course of the year the customer was not producing more than what they consume. But since this has not been the case, and we have customers that are overproducing now, the city is actually overpaying for this, and we are potentially in violation of the anti-donation clause by paying people more for that excess production than we pay to any of the other producers. Now, if under state law, again, our 90% limitation on the size of the system is in violation of the Solar Rights Act. So we can no longer legally restrict the sizes of the units. So, again, now that puts us even in more of a bind with the excess generation. And our proposal, or at least one proposal that has been floated, is that we do something similar to the way that Sierra Electric handles their solar customers, that they be reimbursed kilowatt hour per kilowatt hour for the energy they consume in a particular month. Okay, if, say you produce 100 kilowatt hours, you consume 80 kilowatt hours, then you are only you are reimbursed for those 80 that you consume from the grid, and the 20 kilowatt hours is in excess. If, on the other hand, you produce 100 and you consume 120, then you are charged at the retail rate for that extra 20 kilowatt hours. But if you have excess production, as in the first case, Sierra Electric pays just over 2 cents a kilowatt hour for that excess production, as opposed to the 13.12 cents that the city provides. And my original proposal was that we go back and you look at the amount we pay for electricity from WAPA when you include not just their kilowatt hour charge, but their demand charge and the wheeling charge from Tri-State to deliver that energy to us. It averages out to right close to 5 cents a kilowatt hour. So my suggestion had been that we reimburse the customers at the same rate, at 5 cents a kilowatt hour for that extra production, and do that every month. And this is by and large the way most utilities handle solar or any co-production accounts in their areas. The only variable there is actually that reimbursement rate for the extra production. And the reason I like to keep that number a little bit higher, at least higher than the 2 cents a kilowatt hour that Sierra Electric has, is that the city is unable to grant any of its co-producing customers any renewable energy credits that other customers in other areas may be able to claim. So the payback on the system is not going to be as rapid as those who have access to renewable energy credits for their systems. And so I like to keep it a little bit higher for that purpose, to help people afford their systems better. But continuing to pay 13 cents a kilowatt hour for their electricity, it's just way too much. Again, the concern is with larger systems is that we are taking money away from the electric department. However, if we do purchase this excess production at the wholesale rate, then the electric department is not losing any money on this, except for the offset, the actual usage that these customers are not being billed for. All right, so I'll open it up for comments from the board at this point.
Well, I think that trying to reimburse a solar customer every month puts a real burden on the utility office. And if I have credit, I want to use that credit like in the month of June and July, when I am using more electricity than I am producing. which means that if they pay me for my excess solar, then I have no credit. And then I'm billed at a higher rate than 14 cents, round numbers. So, I think that if a customer has credit and would like to, get some money back, and maybe do that once a year at a written request to the utility office. There's a whole process that has to go through the utility office to reimburse these folks with a check. So I got the floor. So, that's an expense, and I've made this comment before. The company I worked for, when I placed an order on a vendor and had to go through the process, it cost our company $75 to place an order on a vendor. Now, if you have to go through that kind of process, it's got to come in, they have to process, saying, okay, you've got a credit, we're going to have to send you a check, literally send you a check at the 5 cents rate, or whatever it is chosen to be, then that's a whole big expense with the stamps, the mail, the handling.
I am going to say something. I'm going to say this for the last time. I am not talking about sending a check out every month. I am talking about, no.
You said that.
Reimbursing them as a credit. It is exactly the same thing that the utility company is doing now. It's just that the amount of the credit would be 5 cents a kilowatt hour instead of 13.12. It's a matter of changing one setting on the utility bill, and it is done automatically, and there will be no change to the procedure.
Well, now you've made it clear.
All right? Now, I've said this before.
But you've never made it that clear.
You did not listen.
Excuse me?
All right.
Gentlemen, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything said in with the state statutes and then it's the size of system that you can put on?
No.
No?
Yeah.
And I thought somebody had mentioned somewhere with the co-op that it was at 25%. Nothing 25% over what you could build. And I thought there was some type of thing like that. Because as I've stated before, my only concerns is somebody coming in, not building a system in order to, say I've got 10 acres and so I decide to put a solar farm on, well now I'm becoming, it seems like we got to do something in there to avoid that. So if we're just talking normal property, what you put on your house, to put, that's my only things with the limit on there.
Yeah, I understand, and we've been wrestling with that a little bit. There's kind of again with the state laws on permitting, they have a limit at a system of 10 kilowatts. If you are below 10 kilowatts, there is a simplified permitting procedure that you go through. If you go over 10 kilowatts, the permitting process becomes much more complicated because they're looking at that as being more of a commercial system. One of the thoughts that was presented was putting using that. Well, it kind of serves as a natural buffer there, because I had talked to one individual who had wanted to, he's out in the county, and he wanted to go larger than 10 kilowatts, but the the provider he contracted with says, look, with the increased work and the more complicated procedures, going to 12 or 13 kilowatts, it isn't worth all of the extra headache that the permitting and the inspections and everything entails. So anybody wanting to push their system above that, they, will run into that problem as well. Also, by paying back at a lesser rate, 5 cents or even lower, that's the way Sierra Electric handles it. At 2 cents a kilowatt hour, you want to put an extra 10 kilowatts worth of panels up. You're not going to pay for that at 2 cents a kilowatt hour. And like I said, we can take that 5 cents and we could push it down even lower if we feel we need to do that in order to prevent the kind of scenario that you have. Or we can go back to the, well, let me, I don't want to go any further because it will just confuse the issue.
Okay.
But yeah, I agree with you on that.
And so, one other question, one other concern that I had was when we had the workshop, was talking about, the way I understand it now, basically, you're gonna get credit for those hours, and then you can use them through the year, do whatever you need to. And then at the end of the year, if there's anything left over, that's when we'll discuss what they'll be reimbursed at or what will be done.
Yeah.
But I'd like to make it one of our recommendations, or one of our recommendations be to the commission that, it doesn't go over a year. At the end of that year, you either decide I want to donate it to somebody and go back, or I'll get paid for this at this thing, and it can't be built up so that, I've got 40 years worth of electricity, and now I want to get paid for all of that.
Right, yeah, that's that. Again, that was kind of where we were going with the original red line that we did before things got complicated. Yeah, being able to be reimbursed for excess production. Though again, when you're looking at, say, 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour, that, you have to be quite a bit oversized before you start, winding up with a balance at the end of the year. So, and then the other thing is you don't want to be writing checks for 55 cents. I would say if the balance was more than $10, you can ask for a reimbursement, something along those lines. Yeah, because you can, you don't want to get nitpicked for sending out 50 checks for $1 or $2 each. That's not cost effective, right? And it is a very good idea allowing people to donate their excess production to perhaps offset the bills for customers who are not able to pay theirs. I like that. I like that idea also.
I believe that was something that Mrs. Daugherty had mentioned in one of the times that she's been at the talk. And then only one more question, George, I promise, and then I'm done. Can I address the utility department?
Yes.
How close are you on, they keep talking about getting the bills changed around, and I know that we talked before that they needed to be, the system needs to be updated and it was going to be a charge. Are we close anywhere to being able to update that so that all that's able for us to see it? Okay. It's coming, I'm just being told that, and then hopefully I can read it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was hoping that we can have this settled and approved by the commission before Sonia has to turn in her recommendations, so we don't have to come back and pay to have it changed again, because every time they monkey with the utility bill, it is a cost to the city. So we want to get everything included and wrapped up in there. And in that manner, I do agree with Mr. Fenn that we do need to have more detail on the bills, and I have discussed that with Sonia in the past, and we'll be working on that. When we get ready, I'll sit down, and we may even have you bring the bring the proposed new form into to the board and have us all have a look at it and maybe make other suggestions to that. Okay.
I have one other thought, and Mr. Finn, Ron Finn brought it up, that if you're going to change it and using a dollar value, that's going to change the kilowatt hours. It should be posted on how many kilowatt hours I have credit, not dollars and cents then. Yeah.
That was the way the original ordinance was worded, that the credit would be kept in credit hours. And again, that's because the way Tyler was set up at the time, we had to convert to money first. But this is one of the changes we would be making on the billing.
So then if we want to reimburse on those kilowatt hours, then it would be at the rate that we decide on.
At the rate, right. Well, the rate that we recommend. And then the
yes,
city commission decides
yes.
on. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All right. I am going to make a motion that we go ahead and redline the ordinance.
Wait. Did you say that you had a different way of calculating a potential customer's usage rather than using a 12-month average?
No.
We're gonna stick with the 12-month average?
We're not gonna worry about calculating their usage because we're taking the limit off the system, the size of the system.
But wait a minute. We had, in a previous meeting, point of order, we voted, there was a motion made to increase the percentage, and that percentage was voted down. So the ordinance still has 90% in it.
Right.
And that has been what I think needs to stay, because this board voted not to increase that percentage at a previous meeting.
That was at the previous meeting, and that was before the state statutes were brought up.
But the state statute didn't say anything about limitations. Don just asked you if there was any increase, and you said no.
The board voted on to retain the 90% limitation before the state statute information was brought up, which does not allow us to place a limit on the size of the system.
No, it says the statute said that you can't restrict somebody from not putting it in.
Well,
it doesn't say about
restriction is
other than it being over 10 kilowatts.
Restriction applies to size and installation.
I didn't see that in the information you gave me.
What vast legal experience do you have that gives you the ability to make that distinction, sir?
Okay, and I'm going to put that question back on you.
I'm saying I have not heard any objection to this interpretation
The board voted
from
not
the city.
to increase the 90%.
I have not heard any
Point of order.
objection to this interpretation from the city attorney. All right? If there was a problem with that interpretation,
behind this board's back?
No. It was, the information was sent to the city attorney after that meeting, and there was no objection heard back from the city attorney. All right? So based on that, this interpretation stands, unless somebody comes up with an attorney's opinion that states otherwise.
So you got no answer back from this city attorney?
Yes.
And you're making an assumption then?
Well, it was presented to the city attorney to evaluate.
You're making an assumption then, George?
All right.
Aren't you?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think that, members of the board, I think that you were making a motion at the time, and the appropriate procedure would be to go ahead and make that motion.
But I mean a point of order.
All right.
And I can interrupt him.
I will go back to the motion. I make a motion that we go ahead and make the changes to the ordinance, then make the following changes to the ordinance. 1, remove the size limit on the systems that can be installed. And 2, set the payback, set the monthly credit for excess production at 5 cents per kilowatt hour. Do I have a second for the motion?
I'd like a little more, can we discuss anything on the motion?
Well,
Yes.
after the motion is seconded, we can discuss it, yes.
No,
Yes,
Robert's Rule of Order. You want to bring it out?
it's always done. If the motion is made and seconded, it can go back to the table for discussion.
So I'll second it based on that we're going to have some discussion on it.
Okay, all right. So,
So my whole thing is I'm still back to, there's nothing on there that says, anything about limits or anything. It just says we can't keep them from putting it. But if the state of New Mexico is already putting them to a 10 kilowatt hour thing, and then after that you gotta apply for special permitting, how do we follow that?
okay,
Just that's it.
Okay. I know we have at least one customer in town who has a larger system, and that's the brewery. They're around 30 kilowatts, I think. Yeah, do you remember, Bo?
For one thing, you guys gave the brewery permission to do solar before we could even look at their 12 months usage.
Oh, that's right, yeah. But, yeah, that one actually predated. Yeah. So
that's why they're
Yeah.
producing more.
Yeah, and the other thing that you run into is when you set a limit like that, when it does not address, it treats commercial and residential customers the same. And if you have a commercial customer that needs a larger system,
So I guess, Mrs. Getty, that would be my question on that is, the 10% that's set by the state, is there a difference on that between commercial property owners and individual property owners?
No, that is for any cogeneration facility.
So then if, I was a business and wanted to go in and put it, I would have to go through State of New Mexico, file all the appropriate things for them in order to be able to put in a bigger system.
Right. And all systems have to be approved by the city's electric as well. And I agree with you 100% on, being worried about somebody just, putting in an acre of solar panels on a piece of property and what that would do. The question is, how do we control that without throwing, specific limits in, like we had previously?
Well, most utilities are governed by the PRC.
Right.
And the governing body, is our city commissioner.
Right.
So they're the ones that are gonna approve whatever we recommend, if they approve it. If I was them and you said there's no limitation in this ordinance, which that's what I heard you say, remove size limitation, so there is no sizing I wouldn't approve that if I was a city commissioner. So we need to set up something that they would approve. And this 5 cents credit is not clear in that it's kilowatt hours, not dollars and cents like it is today.
Right.
That's not clear enough.
And like we said, when we make the alterations on the billing software, that will be changed to kilowatt hours for that specific reason. Now,
But that needs to be made in this amended ordinance.
So,
and are we going to allow people to come in once a year and request that, like Don had mentioned, in a written order? That would have to be in this ordinance also, or amended this ordinance.
let me amend my motion, okay? I move that we redline the ordinance to make the changes, to take the limit off, impose to change the credit for excess monthly production to 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and that I will take that red line to the city attorney, have him evaluate the changes and listen to his comments and recommendations, and bring that red line back to the board at the next meeting. So we will not be passing this on to the commission directly. We'll go back, we'll make the changes, get the attorney to approve it, and then bring it back here for a final discussion before we send it to the commission. Okay? Do you want to amend your second?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And we'll second it. So basically, we're just gonna do a rough draft with those changes, send
Right.
it to the city attorney.
Right.
Maybe, give the city manager and the city attorney a chance to look at it, both, see if there's anything we can do. I mean, we wanna make sure that we're still within the law, but not,
Right.
you know, so, yeah.
Like Ron said, I was making an assumption there, and I think bringing the city attorney into it before we actually send it up to the commission is a good idea. It'd be embarrassing to the board to have something go before the commission and have the city attorney throw it out. So, this is a procedure we have done in the past, with ordinances that we sent up.
But you missed a piece about asking reimbursement, cash and reimbursement once a year.
Okay.
Are you going to add that to it?
We will include the cash reimbursement once a year. Okay.
Written.
Okay. All right.
So do you want to table this?
Well, no, we have to we've made a motion to do the red line.
Okay.
So we have made a motion, so all in favor of doing the red line and bring it? Okay, he did.
Oh, he's pregnant, okay.
Yeah,
That's right.
So all in favor of doing the red line, consulting the city attorney, and bringing this back for a final approval at the next meeting, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'm thinking. Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right. That takes care of that one. That wasn't that painful, was it?
No, but we had fun, George.
Yes.
All
right.
The back and forth is, yes.
Next item, reports from the board.
I don't have any.
I do have one report. As you all probably heard, we made the recommendation that the meter reading fee be reduced. I took that to the commission, and they voted 4-1 against reducing that. So
It stays at
it
$50.
stays at $50.
But I thought you said that it would have been already brought to the board, it was unanimous to stay with the $50, and that it wasn't even voted on. That's what I heard when I listened to it on the radio.
It was, they did vote on it,
Okay.
and they voted 4-1 to leave it where it is, okay? So, that issue has passed out of the hands of the board, and it rests on the commission's back. All right, I have one other comment I want to make, and this concerns, okay, well, there's actually two. The board agreed earlier this year that the utility departments would be making quarterly reports to the board, and the first of those quarterly reports is scheduled for next month. So just as a reminder to everyone that, and you have the list of items that, we wanted to hear about. So that will be coming up the next meeting. The other item was, it's concerning about getting information from the utility departments to the board when there are issues with the utility system. I was somewhat embarrassed when somebody came up to me the other day, pointed out a Facebook article about the transformer issues, and asked me what was going on. Because we had, as a board, had not been notified about that. I don't think that we should be, the board should be expected to be monitoring Facebook or whatever, to learn about these issues. When a significant emergency comes up, I know the commissioners are notified, but I believe the board members should be on the same mailing list as the city commissioners. So,
Is that a request?
that is a request, yeah. We can, I don't think we need to make take any formal actions against it. I think it's just as a courtesy. The utility advisory board should be among the first to be notified on these issues. And that's all I have. I'm running out of steam. Okay, reports from staff. Silence. Okay. Okay.
Just a brief comment. The commissioners voted that issue down on the $50 at the last meeting. We have a conference call with the AG's office tomorrow morning to get some more details from him on the corrective action that needs to occur.
Okay.
So they really weren't in a position to make any changes until we have this sorted out. We'll know a lot more tomorrow at this time.
Okay, thank you.
That is a matter that will be addressed appropriately when we know what that means.
Would that be on the next commissioner meeting agenda?
Very likely it will.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.